Hello. Can you hear me nicely? Mabuhay. Welcome to my last live stream for the year for 2021. Um, oh, actually, let me. Yeah, let us know in the chat where you're watching from, where you're joining us from. Last night we had folks from Micronesia, Malaysia, Ethiopia, the UK. Now we have someone from Taiwan. Hello. Shout out to Richard Yu from Taiwan. Okay, Danica from Cebu City. Oh, I'm glad you can join us. I hope your family is okay with the typhoon. Ayaw udto, sabi ni Christian Napoles. Sino pa ba ang aking watching from latest? Si Joshua Del Socorro. I hope you're doing well too because it's, may bagyo or nagkaroon ng bagyo. I hope your family is doing well. Kumusta po? Sabi ni Daniel, Stephen Cotton. Okay lang. Let's see. Who else did I miss? Taiwan, Florida. Cool. Kino yung banya mula sa Florida. It's late in Florida. Thanks for joining. So today or tonight, wherever you're watching, this live stream is, what do you call this? I don't have anything set or planned. I don't have a guest today, but I figured we'll just, chat and you can ask me anything you want to ask me. You can get to know me better. And, yeah. Sandali na, ayusin ko lang yung ilaw. Wait lang. Aray ko. This is better. I guess it's better. Yeah, so if you have any comments or questions, just put it in the comments. Happy New Year, sabi ni Naya Lawrence from Quezon City. Oh yeah, it is New Year's Eve in the Philippines. It is lunchtime before New Year's Eve. So eat something before medianoche. Otherwise, you're getting hungry during medianoche. Sabi ni Hermana Ana de la Cruz, Manigog Bagong Taon. Oh yay! Shout out to you too. You're a great teacher. Keep up the great work, educating the younger generation about culture and the history of the Philippines. Justin Valdez mula sa San Francisco. Hello, kumusta? San Francisco is just right there across the I-80. Yeah, I'm from Sacramento, so malapit lang San Francisco. Kung walang traffic, isang oras lang yan. Kung may traffic, 2, 3. Yeah. So again, I don't have anything planned today. I'm just here to chat with everybody, hang out with you. Ask me whatever you want to ask me. In the last couple of live streams that I did, I wasn't able to answer all of the questions. So if you have any questions that you wanted to ask me from the previous live streams or any of my previous videos this year, let me know. Or maybe we can even go over some of the videos, my favorite videos this year, and you can ask me anything about the videos that I made. Malipayong bagong tuig, sabi ni Christian. Which, and Kapampangan, Masaplalang Bayong Banwa, Happy New Year. Let me add something. I forgot what I was going to say. I was going to put something here. Oh, yeah. Ask me anything. Yeah. There we go. Hello there, Kimberly. Trinity Pasaporte. Yeah, I'm all yours. Excuse me. Before I forget, again, my live stream this week and last week is also a fundraiser for the communities affected by the typhoon in the Philippines, in the Visayas, in Mindanao, in Palawan, and it's I don't have the updated number for the fundraiser right now. Hindi nag-refresh yung live count for me. But as of last night during our live stream, there's already like over $20,000, which is over 1 million pesos na last night. So I'm pretty sure mas malaki na tonight. I just haven't seen the updated numbers yet. But yes, we were able to raise more than 1 million pesos na for our kababayans back at home in the Philippines na nangangailangan ng tulong ngayong panahon na ito dahil nga sa bagyo. At yeah, if you have the money or the spare change to donate for our kababayans in the Philippines, check out the link down here. Ayan, yung nagsa-scroll. Yung tinyurl.com/2021 typhoons sa NAFCON. Yeah, have a nabubulol na naman ako. I don't know why. Have a prosperous New Year, everyone, from Joshua. Masaplalang Bayang Banua from Chicago, from Luis Calvan. Um, Malipayog. Oh, yeah, I read that earlier. Cool. Yeah, hold on. Wait. Ay, wala. Okay, let's see. Hello, Dad. Well, from Coronada, South Cotabato. Happy New Year. Okay, Anthony John Mendoza Tablazon. Hello, kay Zujay. Welcome back. I remember you joined our previous live streams. But yeah, let's answer some questions that we have. So sabi ni Doy Abadiel, question, martial arts kali Ernest or Skrima, the kampabangan help the Ayutthaya. So do you believe that the Krabi Karabong or Muay Thai have made the trade? Are you asking if Kapampangan martial arts was able to influence Muay Thai or Krabi Karabong or the other way around? Or yeah, let me know. Oh, either way, yeah. It's hard to tell because the records are very scarce. We know that the Kababangas helped the Ayutthaya fight against Burma. At one time, they actually helped Burma fight against Ayutthaya, and at one time they helped Cambodia, the Khmer people fight against Ayutthaya. So they were all on different sides. But anyways, we don't. There's not strong evidence yet of what actually they used as a martial arts fighting style. Plus, like we discussed yesterday or last night with um, martial arts guest that I had Jacob. Um, you know, martial arts kind of evolve through time, so we're not sure what the exactly how much influence they had to each other, but I'm pretty sure since they had made contact that there's some exchange of ideas, exchange of skills, exchange of forms and stances. But yeah, I just don't know exactly how much they were able to influence one another. But it's not impossible to actually, you know, have influence on either way. But yeah, thanks for the question. Ano pa ba? Okay, sabi ni Mary Trinity Pasaporte 21, it is said that the Tikbalang was influenced by Hayagriva, one of the avatars of Vishnu. So yeah, I've encountered that theory that the Tikbalang in the Philippines was, perhaps influenced by Hayagriva, or a Hindu avatar of Vishnu in Hinduism. But just for me, is I'm not buying it 100%. It's for me, it's still debatable. It's still questionable because um, it's like, what do you call this? Oftentimes when we study Philippine culture and history, we often look at our whatever we have as something that we borrowed from another culture. Um, and there's really, it's not 100% clear whether we actually borrowed something from them, or what if the idea came from us. That's like my opinion. It's not clear, especially for the Tekbalang, since actually one of the basis of this theory that the Tikbalang came from Hayagriva was because of the appearance, that because si Tikbalang is a horse-headed human body um, creature in the different Philippine mythologies, while Hayagriva is also the same thing. He has a horse head, horse-headed avatar of Lord Vishnu. Um, but the thing is, in that's just one version of Tikbalang, if I'm making sense. So if all the Tikbalangs in the Philippines have the same exact nature, have the same exact appearance, with a human body and a horse head, then perhaps it was borrowed from Hayagriva. But the thing is, the Tikbalang have actually different what do you call it? It's not all about horses. Actually, in Kapampangan mythology, Tikbalangs are usually birds, so with a bird head but human body. So it's not always a horse. So if it's always horse, then perhaps most likely it could have been borrowed from the Hindu mythology. But since it also appears like a bird in most cases in Kapampangan mythology, and yeah, um, plus the role of the Tikbalang, Hayagriva again is an avatar of the Lord Vishnu. In what do you call this? How do I explain Avatar? I mean, you've seen avatars. I mean, pretty sure you know what Avatar is. But yeah, for example, if how to explain this? What about? Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that in um excuse me, aking ilong ay barado. What I'm trying to say is that Hayagriva is an avatar of the Hindu god Vishnu, one of the biggest, most powerful gods in Hinduism. And in Hinduism, an avatar is, it's like a, I don't know how to explain avatar in simple words, but if you could help me in the comments, let me know. But my point is, sorry, let me backtrack. But my point is that Tikbalangs are not avatars in Philippine mythologies. Tikbalangs are entirely different creatures. So if for example, if the Tikbalangs that we have in the Philippines have the same exact role in mythology as Hayagriva in Hinduism, then perhaps we borrowed it from them. If the Tikbalangs were also avatars of other dewatas. But the thing is, they're not. For example, again, in Kapampangan mythology, which related to other mythologies in the Philippines, that the Galangs are actually guardians of treasures, of mystical treasures. They're not necessarily diwatas or avatars of diwatas, but instead they were simply demon guardians, and not an evil demon, but like a creature, guardians of sacred treasures that are often kept in caves. So I hope that made sense. But yeah, so in our mythologies, Tikbalangs are not avatars. They're not always horses. So it's still debatable if they are indeed were influenced by Hayagriva, because Hayagriva has a different story. It has similar appearance, but it has a different story, different mythology, different role in the mythology, as opposed to the native Tikbalangs in the Philippines. Because in the Philippines, they're not diwata, they're not avatars, but they're just um, demons who guard treasures in the caves, in the forest. And actually, that's why in Philippine mythologies, in Tagalog, Kapampangan, other mythologies in the Philippines, the common idea about Tikbalang is that they causes people to get lost. Yung maliligaw ka dahil sa tikbalang. You get lost because of the tikbalang. And that's because in our mythology, they're trying to guard something mystical, something powerful. They're trying to guard that from mischievous humans. So they would actually, Um, they would play tricks on you so that you would get lost and you wouldn't, find your way to the treasure that they're trying to guard. So that's the significance of tikbalang in at least in Kapampangan and Tagalog mythology. So again, tikbalangs um, are not they don't have the same role as Hayagriva. So I'm still skeptical with that theory, unless of course they have the same. Again, if they have the same story, they have the same appearance, they have the same um, significance in the culture or the concept or the understanding of what they are, then perhaps. But again, it's not. Then it doesn't really match. The only thing that matches is their appearance. But yeah, but it's something that maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but right now I'm still skeptical of that theory. Oh yeah, Sabelo Beast, thank you for clarifying. That could be the same concept as the Son of God. Jesus was a vessel of God to directly influence the earth. So it's similar concept. Yeah, yeah. Why did the original concept of parang sky gardens disappear? I'm not sure. Maybe because of colonialism. Um, or my theory is that it's really because of colonialism. Because before colonialism, our people saw tikbalangs as not necessarily evil, but not benevolent. They're just doing their jobs to guard the treasure or guard whatever mystical treasure or mystical artifact there is inside the cave or in the forest, in the jungles. Um, but of course, when colonialism came to the Philippines, when they spread Christianity in the Philippines, they purposely kind of flipped the stories around or tainted our mythologies to depict that these mythological beings that we used to venerate suddenly are evil. So I think that's partly why the Tikbalang's original concept or original role significance as a guardian disappears because suddenly they're just playing tricks on you. So the throughout colonialism or during colonialism, suddenly they lost that role to guard something in the forest. Suddenly they're just mischievous horse-headed beasts that are there to trick you. But yeah, that's my short explanation on why I think the original understanding or concept of Tikbalang as guardians disappeared. Not just sky guardians, they guarded the caves that goes underneath the earth and stuff. Joshua Del Socorro, Datu Kirby, are there any surviving narratives about Garuda in the Philippines? Um, I'm pretty sure there is. There's other. I can't speak for other cultures, but in Kapampangan, Garuda, the concept of Garuda is Apong Galura. A lot of Kapampangan still actually pray to Apong Galura whenever there's typhoon, because in Kapampangan mythology, Apong Galura or Garuda is the one that brings the typhoon from the Eastern Ocean, which is the Pacific Ocean. So yeah, there's still concepts of Garuda in Filipino mythology. I'm pretty sure there's still concepts of Garuda in Mindanao, although it's a different um, story or a different mythology that I'm not really as familiar as I'd like to be. Like for example, I know in Maranao they believe that Garudas dwell beneath the sea, under the sea. That they have this like huge teeth and then talons that can carry people and they catch you and cause you harm. But yeah, um, I'm not exactly sure how their mythology is around Garuda, but I remember there's concepts of Garuda in Maranao culture. Simon, teacher dig. Is it true that when it's hot and then suddenly it rains, there's a tikbalang getting married? I don't know. Maybe it's a common belief that whenever it's hot and it suddenly rains, somewhere out there's a tikbalang getting married. Yeah, that's a common part of the tikbalang mythology. Yes, so Kalubi saying, I heard that fireworks are to make evil spirits go away because they hate loud noises. It seems similar to the myth of Bakunawa because the Bakunawa is sensitive to loud noises. Yes. So it's the same with the Kabapangan dragon, Lawu. similar to Bakunawa, but just different appearance. The Lao is also scared of loud noises, and even in Indonesia, they have similar traditions where whenever there's an eclipse, they would bang, um, make noises so that the the creature eating the moon or the sun would stop, and or the evil spirit would be deterred from continuing their malevolence. But yeah, it has a connection with fireworks being loud, and also because fireworks are bright. You know, back then in the culture, light was seen as something that deters evil spirits. So that's why they're fond of gold because it's bright and light. Oh, this thing is still on over here. Oopsie. Nawala yung... Oh no. I might need to take a break a little bit later because this computer is freezing. So I might need to switch laptops. Pero while I'm here, before it freezes, any other questions or comments? Maybe I can show you some art if it doesn't freeze on me. Saan napunta yung art na yun? Oh, it's not here. Oh no. Oh, there it is. Wait, there's supposed to be 5 of these. Ay, sorry. May hinahanap lang ako to show you. I'll show you the 3 that I have since I can't find the other one. Come on, laptop. Please don't freeze on me today. You already froze yesterday. Isa na. May hinahanap lang akong graphics that I want to show you since I haven't shown anybody this publicly yet. Anyways, it's still not loading, but okay. Sabi ni Kailaw, Kyle, kamo ako, sensitive ako sa loud noises. Char. Isa ka bang malevolent o nilalang na masamang nilalang? Bakit ka sensitive sa loud noises? Just kidding. Bakit nag-freeze ang aking mahiwagang laptop? Well, it is an old laptop that I'm using since 2012 MacBook. Ayan. Sige, pwede na siguro pakita to. Anak lang. Okay. Carlo B said, "I think New Year's maybe a good idea." Yes, it is. I'm saving up for to upgrade. I have another laptop that I don't usually use that I only use for writing, and then I have another desktop that I use for editing the videos. Although it's older too, so it's just that this has all the ports that I need to plug in the camera and the microphone and other stuff for streaming. Where is the thing? Oh yeah, pwede na palang ipakita. So, well, since I mentioned the Bakunao, or the Bakunao was mentioned, I mentioned the Lao, and here's something that I can show you as a preview, as a teaser of my upcoming videos next year. So next year, one of the videos I'm gonna make is about the Bakunawa, the dragons, different dragons in the Philippines. Since I was supposed to do it this month actually, but holidays don't have much time to make a video. But here we go. Ayan, can you see? Do you see what I see? The stars, the stars. Ayan. Can, can you guess what these are before I tell you what they are? Like, simulan natin this sa far left. Yung green na to, ito. If you can see my cursor. Sino yan? That's any guesses? Sino yung far left na mukhang buwaya? Any more guesses before I reveal the answer? There's a guess that okay. There's one of the guesses, or someone guessed the whole three of them right. I'm not sure if you can see the comments because I see both comments on YouTube and Facebook. So some guesses are on Facebook, some guesses are on YouTube. Sabi ni Zujay, Bakunawa yung sa gitna. Sabi ni John Suva, one of them is Silawu. Yeah, so I'll highlight the correct answer. See, Kalo Beast 55 had the right answers. So the first one that you see on the far left is the Lawu, the Kapampangan mythological being creature that devours the sun and the moon during the eclipses. And then the middle one is indeed Bakunawa, the most popular dragon in Philippine mythology. And then the right one, si Minokawa from Mindanao, that also causes eclipses. So yeah. So si Lawu in Kapampangan mythology, if you study how, because oftentimes Lawu is depicted as a bird dragon, but if you actually look at the mythology of it, Lawu is actually a bird slash crocodile dragon. That's why I chose to depict him as such in here. And then of course Bakunawa, the most popular one, and then Minukawa, the bird dragon one that eats, the giant bird that eats the sun. And I get why some of the guesses on the far right, the yellow one is Garuda or Galura, because Galura is also a eagle, a giant eagle human or eagle god. But this one is not because Garuda does not eat the sun. But yeah, congratulations, K Calobis 55 for guessing them right. Yeah, so yan yung kasama yan sa upcoming video ko about dragons. There's other more actually. This is preview lang to, teaser. Meron pang iba yan. There's at least 5 that I have done already, finished. But then I'm planning to have more illustrations of the different dragon or mythological beings similar to these 3. But yeah, isa lang yan, preview. Okay, stop sharing. Dahil bumabagal ang laptop. Oh no, now it froze again. Yan. Cool. Ano pa bang mga tanong na aking hindi nasasagot or haven't answered yet? Oh yeah. Pabati muna kay Calobis. Happy New Year from Vancouver, Canada. Naya Lauren, video plans for 2022. One of them is the Bakunawa and other dragons in Philippine mythologies. I haven't figured out the sequence of. I have a long list of videos to make. It's the same long list I've had for many years now. It's just I want to give justice whenever I make a video. I don't want to just make a video I'm not one of those content creators who just want to create whatever they want to create. For me, it's like I want to create something. I want to make it, um, as best as I can to give justice to the subject that I'm explaining. And over the years, I've been more intentional in making it better for the audience to understand the subject. So like the Bakunawa, I know it went viral because of the Miss Universe, and I wanted to make it that week, but the same week as Miss Universe, or the same night as Miss Universe, but I decided not to, so I can give justice to the Bakunawa and the other dragons. So I can also have the actual accurate depictions of them based on my research and my knowledge of how the different dragons look like. So I don't want to rush anything, if anything. So video plans for 2022, one for sure is the Bakunawa. And other ones that are for sure are the continuing the breakdown of the mythology in 13, since I wasn't able to finish that series of videos of explaining the mythology around in 13 that was, influenced 13. But yeah, those are two things that you can look forward to. Bakunawa video or Dragons video in Philippine mythologies, and the mythologies around 13 that they use in 13. Oh yeah, under the weather. Yes, I thought you said underwater. I'm like, I'm not underwater. But yeah, malamig na kasi dito winter time. Uh, there was a comment. Gameplay tube collab kayo ng We Local or We the Local, Kuya Kirby. Yeah, actually, if you're familiar with We the Local, a group of vloggers in Pampanga, I'm actually friends with them, and we've been planning to collaborate for the last 3 years now. But we just haven't found the time to. Hindi pa nagmamatch yung schedules. But yeah, we have planned on collaborating for many years now. We just haven't. Plus, it's hard because they're in Pampanga, I'm in the US, and back then we wanted to do an in-person collaboration whenever I'm in the Philippines, but the schedules don't usually work out. And then last year, the beginning of the pandemic, they had live streams too, podcast slash live streams that they did in Be the Local, and I was actually one of their guests. So you can go to their channel and Facebook page to find that video where or live stream where they had me as a guest. Ano pa ba? Maligayang bagong taon din kay John Suva. Ay, may pa palang comment na hindi ko nakita. Ayan, sabi ni Danica, hindi tanong pero sa tingin ko kailangan gumawa ng palabas o teleserye tungkol kay Dayang Kalagitan o Duha o sino mang makapangyarihang pre-colonial na kababaihan. Yung mga creators sa Pinas kasi sa Korea, gumagawa sila ng palabas tungkol kay Queen sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that properly. Empress Key, okay na lang show. And etc. Mas advantage sa atin kasi the issue, hindi issue yung gender kung gusto mong mamuno noong pre-colonial na panahon. Sa tingin ko, magiging hit basta laanan lang ang sapat na budget kaya ng amaya. Tapos yung storyline din dapat pag-isipan. Tama. I agree. Kailangan, there's a need. There is a need for more historical dramas in Philippine television, Philippine movie industry that, kailangan pondohan. The thing is that, sadly, these are things that they don't really put funds into, as opposed to the other types of shows in the Philippines that they really put funds into. Yeah, I agree. But yes, there's actually a lot of examples that we can use in the Philippine history. Like to see Hyuga sa Dayang Kalangitan or Kalangitan. Even her daughter, si Panginuan, or her sister-in-law, not sister-in-law, her in-law, si sa Sanban, or her daughter-in-law, si Ismeria. So there's a lot of material that we can use. Actually, I wrote a book on the different pre-colonial fierce women of Southeast Asia. It's just not out yet. I finished it already. Dapat na-release siya this year, but sadly, the illustrator I was working with had COVID, so we had to pause the production and let them recover first para you don't want to overwork somebody when they're sick. But yeah, hopefully he's starting to get better, so we're gonna get back on track and finishing the book, The Fierce Women of Southeast Asia, and I can even yeah, I can't wait for it to be done because maraming examples. There's from the top of my head, there's at least 30 examples of fierce women from the history of Southeast Asia before colonialism. So, ando si Orduha, nandun si Kalangitan, si Panginoan, si Sasadban, si Smeria, si Harahumamay ng Cebu, even mythological ones gaya ni Kandigan mula sa Maranao, nandun din yung sa Indonesia, si Mahendra si Gayatri Rajapatni ng Majapahit, nandun din si um, basta marami. Marami from all the different parts of Southeast Asia that I gathered. There's at least 30 of them. 32, if I remember correctly, 32 um, queens and princess and warrior queens and um, that ruled in Southeast Asia. But sadly, it's not done yet. But hopefully it's going to be done soon. It's going to be a book and a coloring book. So there's two versions of it. So look forward to that. Actually, even if you go to my website, you can see the preview. Let's show the website. Yeah, ano. Ba't nawala? Ayun. Books. Ayan. Ito. At saka ito. You see, right? Ayan, ito yung libro. Coming soon. Ayan. Nakalagay out of stock kasi hindi pa siya available. But yeah, I had to put that because that's how it works on the system. But yeah. Ayan, makita nyo si Kalangitan nasa taas. Ayan. Aking ninuno, si Kalangitan. And then si Orduha. This is my Orduha. Tapos si Sasanban, si Panginduan, si Trong Sisters from Vietnam, si Gayatri Rajapatni. Actually, no, this is Jagitarja, yung anak ni Gayatri. At tapos ito si Suryatai ng Thailand. So these are just some of them. If you go back to the other one, it's the same ones pala. Yung nasa cover ng isa. But yeah, these are just previews of the books that gonna come out soon. Yan. Sige, I'll get back to the other questions later, but while we're talking about teleserye or dramas or pop culture depicting fierce women, sabi ni Bathala would like to watch a video about Pinoy Filipinos and their connections outside the archipelago. Yes, there's a lot of connections. Ano ba to? Ito si Calubis. Sabi niya, I think Amaya was just ahead of its time. It was. The rest that tried, like Bagani, failed to give authenticity and justice to our mythology and history. I'm not sure about Bagani because I haven't actually seen it, but I've heard some, about it. Yeah. So what I think what Amaya did right is to give an idea that pre-colonial Philippines might look what pre-colonial Philippines might look like. It was a fantasy series after all, and that was very Filipino, kind of like Lord of the Rings with British culture. That's true. So Amaya did a pretty good job at introducing this understanding or concept that our ancestors were not savages. Although it could be better, in my honest opinion. It's good. It's really good for its time, and we should have improved and made more and made it better. Sadly, we haven't been able to see anything new that's gives justice to our ancestors. Sabi ni Gameplay Tube, maraming talented na Pinoy animators sa YouTube. Maraming talented na Pinoy animators all over the world. Actually, some of the best animators in the US, sa Pixar, sa Disney, sa Netflix, they're Filipinos. Sa Marvel, they're Filipinos. So we're not lacking talent. We're just lacking support, and that fundamental need for supporting our artists. Yeah. So Maya was the pick of what could pre-colonial Filipino historical entertainment can be, and yeah, we should do more. John Suva, yes, I mentioned earlier I'm continuing the breakdown of Trece from episode 3 to the rest because I think I stopped at episode 2. But yeah, I will. Yes, sabi ni D12 Kiem. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but yes, Filipino artists are the most underrated. Yeah, there's not much appreciation. We don't know, we don't really know in the mainstream. Meron pala, marami palang talented Filipino artists out there that sadly a lot of them are working for other companies and doing animations for other cultures. And I remember mentioning this in my review of Raya. If you want to learn more, you can watch my review of Raya. Learn more about what I think about Filipino animators. And also, yeah. Um, so AJ Mark, shout out, yes, shout out from Cebu. Hello, thank you. I'm glad you're learning a lot of new things from my videos. Salamat, gracias. Ano ba ba? Sige, I'll start some of the comments so I can bookmark them for answering later. Um, Sabi ni Diane Lauren, Raya should have had a princess dress in a song. That yeah. Um, it depends for me. It depends on how they execute the concept. One thing that I kind of understand why I didn't do it, but one thing I kind of was I was hoping to see in Naya was the elaborate head dresses of Southeast Asia because almost all cultures in Southeast Asia have elaborate headdresses that are made of gold, and I did not see that in Raya at all. So that's one thing I was kind of hoping to see, but did not see. But then again, animation is difficult to make. So kung wala maraming movements, that ornament is hard to animate. And Joshua said, decolonization is the key to appreciating Filipino artists. Yes, that is also true. Let's see. Is there an official Amaya DVD or Blu-ray set being sold? I'm not sure if there is. If folks know in the comments, let D12KM know. But what I know is that Amaya, the full series, is on YouTube for free to watch. I think it's on the actual GMA YouTube channel. Also, a question from D12 Cam: do you do the illustrations for your book, or are they from online templates? They're original for the book and my videos. They're not from online templates. I sketch them, and then I'm not good at digital. What do you call it? Digital art. I can draw when it comes to when using digital tools, but I can draw on paper. So I would draw them out on paper, and lay out the concept and everything, and source materials, and real life examples of the garments and stuff, and the artifacts and stuff. And then I work closely with actually a follower of mine who um, who did the Kirby chibi right here. So when he did that, I really liked it. So I talked to him like, "Do you want to help me depict more of these historical, um, you know, people in chibi form, so that we can do it for my videos." At first it was just really just for my videos, and then I realized this could also be part of the books that I'm writing in coloring books. So yes, they're not from online templates. They're meticulously worked hard to create them. Again, the process is I would draw them out on paper, and explain everything that needs to go there, and then draw them up on paper, and then work closely with the digital artist that's also is my follower. But sadly, he's recovering from COVID right now, so yeah, that's why we had a little slow down on our production of the books and coloring books. But yes, the art that you see in my books and my videos are original and meant for my books and my videos. They're not from online templates. Not all. Sometimes when I couldn't. Sometimes I use artwork that are already out there that are accurate and stuff. But yes. I was watching Amaya while making my Alampata Sutla scroll painting. It was very inspiring. Oh yeah. For folks who don't know Joshua, check out his or check out their, I'm not sure what your preferred pronouns is. Sorry. Check out their Instagram and Facebook. And check out their artwork. They have really amazing art. Let me actually try to find it and link you all to the work. Let me know if I misidentify your pronouns. Joshua, did I link the right one in the chat? Let me know. I typed it in the chat. Let me just actually share you some of their art. Some gawa ni Joshua. Yeah, this is probably my the one that caught my eye. Yeah, so Joshua made this watercolor painting on silk, and this is based on Cebuano mythology. Yeah, so if you like that, si Joshua Del Socorro ang gumawa niyan. Galing-galing siya, yes. Yes, napakagaling ni Joshua. I see a lot of questions, but I'm going to start them and bookmark them so we can get back to them later. Sabi ni Naya Lauren, by Marikit's Lambong, the maroon one. Oh yeah, the one she was wearing. It's my favorite look in the Maya. That's why they recreated it. Check out Naya. Or they are, sorry if I was this. Anyways, but yeah, check out their amazing fashion, pre-colonial inspired fashion. Yi is asking, what do you wish to see more in Filipino movies and series? For me, I want to see more, more decolonized perspective in a lot of our series, in TV series and movies in general. I want to see a decolonized perspective on our people's stories, because oftentimes the mainstream media in the Philippines is still very from a colonial mindset, and even the usually the bida, the main protagonists are always white passing individuals. I'm not saying that Filipinos should only be brown. That's not true. But I want to see more diversity in the storyline, in the actors playing the main roles in but also I want to see more historical stories being represented in the media, in the movies, in the series. So yeah, like what we were talking about earlier, I want to see more of that, dramas or movies that are inspired by our actual history, our actual culture before colonialism. Yeah. Yes. So hopefully that answered his question. Yeah. Tama. Sabi ni Bulag Bandit Media, that one's dope. Watercolor is such a hard form. Yes, I used to paint. I stopped. I can still paint. I just haven't painted in a while. But yeah, watercolor is a hard one. Um, da, da, da. Let me see if I miss. Oh, this chat is so cute. Joshua said that he's also talented, and then Naya said too kind. They're so cute. But anyways, question. AJ Mark Auza is asking, Ola, do you believe the given percentage of Filipino who have Spanish ancestry in our country, because they say only 3% of Filipinos who only have the Spanish ancestry. I hardly believe. It's hard to tell. If you really want to know the exact percentage of people in the Philippines who have Spanish ancestry, you'd have to really do a DNA test of the entire population, but that's hard to do. There's over 100 million Filipinos, so that's hard to do. But it is also, but I do believe that it's in a smaller percentage. Um, One is that throughout the Philippine colonial history, there's very few Spaniards who actually lived in the Philippines. So there's very little chance of having that intermarriages and having that mixed heritage. Although there is a lot, it's just not as massive as it is as you see in Mexico or in Peru and Venezuela, because again we're the farthest colony from Spain. It took them months to get to the Philippines before back then, and it's just not historically speaking, it's not what do you call this? It's um, it was just really hard to have a lot of Spaniards live in the Philippines back then. So historically speaking, it is always I'm not sure if it's 3%, but it's probably close lower percentage as compared to other countries that were colonized by Spain. Uh, yeah, and a lot of times too, the Spaniards who live in the Philippines are not actually Spaniards, but are actually born in Mexico. So it's also um, you know very little percentage of population of Filipinas are white. Um, yeah, although there are a lot. Also, another thing that I forgot to mention is that during Spanish colonialism, of course, there are families with mixed Spanish heritage and Philippine heritage, or even pure Spanish families in the Philippines. Some of them are still around, like hello Ayala, Zobel, um, and also like for example, my own roots, the Araulios were also used to be white, and now we're mixed in the Philippines. But um, what I'm trying to say is that after World War II, a lot of these Spanish families in the Philippines actually left. So a lot of Spanish, Spaniard families in the Philippines um, left during World War II because again, it's the worst war in the history of the world. So they escaped and left the Philippines. And a lot of them settled in the Americas or back to Spain. I know that for sure. Even in my own family, I have my grandpa's cousins who are um, left the Philippines in World War II when they were still young, and they never came back. And actually those are the white side of our family. They're really white. They're really Spaniards, and then they left the Philippines because of World War II and never came back. And now he lives in one of them lives in Spain. So, hola, Tio Javier. Hope you're doing well in northern Spain, where our roots are from. But yeah, again, there's little chance, very little chance of having a lot of Filipino families having a lot of Spanish blood because it is very distant from Spain, and it's hard for them to move to the Philippines. Hopefully that answered the question. And again, we don't really know for sure how many percentage, in my honest opinion, because if you want to know 100% accurate percentage of Filipinos with Spanish blood, you'd have to DNA test everybody in the Philippines, which is going to be difficult to do. But Hala is asking, what's your take on certain movements trying to revive Spanish language to be taught in the Philippines schools in the Philippines? This might be a controversial answer. I'm not a Hispanista who like let's Madre España. I'm not like that. But for me, it's like my opinion is that it should be an option to study Spanish in the Philippines because for me as a historian too, the vast majority of our historical records that survives are written in Spanish. And even though we have translators, sometimes if you do not speak the language fluently, there's a lot of mistranslations that could happen. There's some nuances in the Spanish language that if you're not a native speaker, if you're not fluent in it, that if you're just relying on somebody translating it, they might miss. So it's still for me as a historian, it's an amazing skill to have and to be native, to be able to speak Spanish fluently, because again, you'd have that perspective or like that what do you call this? How do I explain though? you know, on one hand, you actually understand the language of the sources that you're reading, and on the other hand, you understand the context and the culture since you're in the Philippines. Because again, even if you have Spaniards translating the Spanish into English, and they don't have that same background as you in the Philippines, having understanding of the nuances in the Philippines. Because again, even Spanish itself is very diverse. There's nuances in Spanish in Spain that is different from the nuances back in the Spanish back in colonial Philippines. So my point is, if to answer the question, do I what do I think about reviving the Spanish language in the Philippines to be taught in schools? I think it should be taught, but not as a man, or not force everybody to learn it. I think it should be available too. For example, in California, Spanish is or it's required to learn a foreign language, not just Spanish. It just happens that Spanish is the second biggest language in California. So a lot of people take Spanish in California. But in California, you can study French, you can study German. My partner studied German. I studied Spanish. My best friend studied French. And that's in high school. So for me, in the Philippines, my opinion would be like it should be an option, but not, don't force it. Hopefully that answered the question. Yes, it is a controversial one. And for me too, Spanish should be an elective. And for me too, before we put our resources into mandating everybody to learn Spanish, why not put our resources in preserving and teaching our indigenous languages? Because a lot of people are denying it, but a lot of our languages are slowly dying. There's less and less people who speak other languages in the Philippines. And that's actually the beauty of the Philippines, is that we have so much diversity, and that's actually the strength, a strength that we need to, strengthen. But sadly, masyado na-homogenize yung kultura sa Pilipinas, so that's not a good thing. But anyways, I hope that answered the question from Bathala and AJ Martin. CDSG, I always find Southeast and East Asian history to be interesting and genuine. What should I major in college if I am to focus on those topics? History. Well, it depends on the programs in your school. Where do you? Well, I'm not sure if you're in college, but if you're in college, where are you studying? And or if you're planning, where are you planning to apply and study college? And that could also help answer this question, because it depends on what the programs they offer. For example, I'll just give an example from my end. When I went to UC Davis for my undergrad, there is a history program. They have a great history program, but there's no because when you major history in UC Davis, you have to focus. You have to choose your focus area, or your focus in your major. And I was hoping that there's a focus on Southeast Asia or the Philippines, or if not the Philippines, Southeast Asia. But sadly, there wasn't. But there was a focus on South Asian history, like India, and East Asian history, like Japan and China. And then there's also a focus on Latin American history. So when I majored in history at UC Davis, I specifically focused on Latin American and Asian history, even though there's no specific focus on the Philippines or Southeast Asia. I decided to, since wala akong option na mag-focus sa Southeast Asia or the Philippines, I decided to focus on Latin America and East Asia and South Asia, so India, China, Japan, and then Latin America, Mexico, Brazil, Peru, Venezuela, Argentina, Cuba. So those are my focus when I studied history in UC Davis. And I just, using what I learned from their histories and compare it to what I know about Philippine history, since I learned Philippine history at a very young age in the Philippines. So for me, since walang focus ng Southeast Asian history or Philippine history, I just, did the best that I can, the closest I could find. And actually, I learned a lot. Learning about other histories can open your mind in understanding your own history. Like when like for example, the revolutions that were happening in Mexico, in Cuba, in Peru, in Venezuela, in Colombia, they're very similar to the revolutions in the Philippines. The experiences of the Native Americans in America, the Aztecs, the Incas, the Mayas, are very similar to the experiences of the indigenous people in the Philippines. And then, of course, sa India, yung mga Hindu, Buddhist culture and traditions and history is very similar to our pre-colonial history. And then there's, of course, China and Japan. So for me, I just found what I could and then apply what the lessons that I learned from these different histories and use that as tools to understand our own history. Hopefully that made sense. Uh, yes, skip pie. Most Filipinos are trilingual. Many know four languages. That is true. A lot of them, at the very least, Filipinos are bilingual. Tagalog, if you're Tagalog, Tagalog and English. But for example, the vast majority of Filipinos in the Philippines actually are trilingual. That is true. Like I grew up speaking Tagalog, Kapampangan, and English as a little kid, and Spanish because my lolo spoke Spanish. Um, Although, fun fact, my first language is actually English. That's the first language I spoke. I don't know why, but that's the first language I spoke. But then, of course, I eventually I became fluent in Kapampangan and Tagalog and Spanish. Yeah, so that's a good example of how multilingual Filipinos are. I wish there was, since we're in the subject of languages, I wish there was a mandate to learn more Filipino languages. In order to go to a university in the Visayas, you should. I agree. If yes, so I agree with what Calubis is saying, that if you're, for example, if you're going to a university in the Visayas, you should be able to learn how to speak the language there. You know, sadly, this is not a thing in the Philippines. Like there are schools, even in Pampanga. I'm kind of sad that there are schools in Pampanga, universities in Pampanga that don't even teach you Kapampangan. I'm not gonna mention which universities these are, but they need to do better because they tend to project themselves as supporters of Kapampangan language, but they don't actually teach it. But anyways, yes. Bato-bato sa langit, tamaan, huwag magalit. Yes, agree. Why not invest in preserving indigenous cultures instead of obsessing over colonizers? Yes. I'm not saying don't teach Spanish, but if you're going to pour money into teaching languages, teach our indigenous languages. Yes, UP, you need to have a high level of language skills in Filipino or Tagalog, but this should also apply to other universities in other languages. Tama. I also think that each province or region should teach a major local language as an elective. It will help create new local literature or music. Yes. Yes. Um, Hello from Metro Manila. Hello, sniper shooter. Don't shoot me, please. um, there was a question I wanted. Not a question, but maraming salamat kay Spartan Zeus for your super sticker tip. That's a tip, right? I'm not sure how it works, but thank you for sending me 120 yen. Thank you. Right? That's a double check ko lang tama pagkakaintindi ko. I forgot that that's an option on YouTube. Yeah, super chat and super stickers on YouTube. Blah blah blah. Connect fans with creators. Your live chat. Viewers can purchase. Oh wow! I didn't even know this. I mean, I had an idea that there's something like this, but I didn't know how to use it. Oh, cool. So I guess mayroon ako 120 yen from Spartan. maraming salamat. Arigato. Thank you. That's exciting. So if you want to donate to me personally, let bahala kayo. Thank you. I appreciate it. That would go towards my funds to get a new laptop. Excuse me. Sabi ni Kalubis, we do in grade 1 to 3, there is a class called Modern Language. There are tested and quizzes on their native language. This is pretty new. Kalubis, I'm from Iloilo. My cousins having a hard time helping my nephews and nieces because the homework is deeply hiligay. It's quite funny. Yeah. But yeah, to follow up or to answer this comment, We do have this mother tongue or mother language requirement now in grade school in the Philippines, but the implementation is not um, it's not the best, to be honest. So, for example, I'll just since I'm Kapampangan, the way it's implemented in Pampanga, it's not the best. It's actually there's a lot of materials coming from the schools in Pampanga, fulfilling this requirement, but the grammar in the actual materials from the schools are wrong. So a lot of elders are like upset. They're not even all about teaching them the formal language, like the deep Kapampangan. It's just that even the basic grammar in the materials that we saw are off. They're actually it's weird because they're actually using Tagalog grammar in the Kapampangan language class. So that's effed up. But of course, if you go to Ilocos, they actually have a great one. They have a great one, but in Pampanga they don't. So it's not the best it could be, and it's not evenly implemented. So, luckily for other regions, they're able to actually, like in the Visayas, I'm pretty sure they also have a great one. But sadly, in places like Pampanga, it's not implemented as it should be. It's more bastardized version of Kapampangan than actual Kapampangan that they're teaching. Hopefully, they change it because that was like a year or two ago that I saw some examples. So let me see, what else did I miss? So, ang dami pala tanong. Okay, ano ba bang tanong while we're in our language system or language topic? Skype. I can always case. Sorry. Medyo mali yung pronunciation ko. Skip pie. I always think it's Skype, but skip pie. Sabi niya skip pie. Baybayin should also be taught as an elective. Yes. First, we need to train people to learn baybayin first because sadly there's a lot of like wrong baybayin charts floating around everywhere online, and tattoos in baybayin are off and wrong. But yeah, we need to train people to learn more baybayin that then we can teach it to the younger folks. Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of baybayin, he said, I know you're also an expert in baybayin. How did you get started? What's your learning and memorization process? Ooh, good question. Um, First, comment in the chat if you know of baybayin at least or know how to write baybayin, how you learned it. Share your experiences too, how you learned it, and if how you practice it. And I'll give my answer shortly. Baybayin, the indigenous Tagalog script, pre-colonial script of the Tagalog people. I learned baybayin before I was 7. I'm not sure exactly when, but I'm sure when I was 7, I already knew how to write baybayin in full sentences. But before I was 7, I learned baybayin. My dad taught me baybayin. He was the first one to introduce me to baybayin, and then um, I practiced it, and then in grade school they kind of introduced baybayin. I forgot what grade it was in the Philippines, in elementary school. They showed us a baybayin chart. We had a project to somehow incorporate baybayin in an art project, and I remember making a jar out of paper mache jar when I wrote baybayin. I wrote bathala because I was like, oh, this is like a made up artifact because I was already like into history. But yeah, I learned baybayin first from my dad, and then I saw it again in school, and ever since then I just practice. Daily practice is how you learn how to really be fluent in the writing system. So when I was in high school, my whole what do you call this, diary was written in my baybayin. I had a diary when I was in high school, a daily diary that I wrote in my baybayin. And I had notebooks and notebooks of it because I do write daily, and I wrote a lot. Even in high school. That's how I met a lot of my high school friends when I moved to California. Our first day in school, since I was the new kid, freshly migrated from the Philippines. I just arrived a few months, and then school started. And I was just just to kill time. We were at the gymnasium, PE time, and since the first day we're not really doing anything, so I was just sitting there and I was just writing in my notebook, which is like like this notebook, this big ass notebook from the US. It was actually this exact notebook that I had. And I was just writing in baybayin to kill time. Like, what was I saying? Like, what am I doing here? I think that's what I was writing in baybayin. Like, anong ginagawa ko dito? But there's two Filipino students who have been in California longer who saw me. They were also born in the Philippines and who saw me. They're my friends. But this is before we became friends. They saw me writing in baybayin and they had a bet. Like, pustahan sila. They're saying, like, is he Korean? Or is he Filipino? Or is he Vietnamese? Because they're saying, like, he kind of looks Filipino, but he's writing in a weird, language. So they thought it was a Korean or Vietnamese. So they were actually debating and betting if I was Filipino or Vietnamese or Korean, and they were betting $5. And then I was just like in my head, like listening and like laughing in my head, like, yeah, okay. And then eventually, when they approached, I said, like, I'm Filipino. I talked to them in Tagalog, and they're like, what? Yeah, and then because they were not aware of my buy-in. So yeah. But anyways, practicing my buy-in memorization process. My process is really back then. If you're new to it, it's just practice every day, write every day, write your thoughts. Like sometimes I even write like, what am I eating today? What am I doing today? Or like sometimes I actually write, I don't know what to do today, or di ko alam gagawin ko. So practicing is a great, or daily practice is a great way to learn, and it takes time to memorize it. It takes time to be fluent in it, and then now I actually taught my buy-in as a college class in UC Davis. So that's rare. That an entire class, an entire course in college in the US was about my buy-in. If I'm not mistaken, because I did talk to other professors and other schools across the US, that was the first time that my buy-in was taught as a course in the US as a college course. Although they did, some courses mentioned my buy-in here and there, but it was a course that is dedicated 100%. Well, not 100%. It was a course dedicated to baybayin. So it was a history slash baybayin course slash kulitan course. So while I teach pre-colonial Philippine history, I also taught the students baybayin, and that's the basic, or like the beginners level, and then the advanced level I taught them by kulitan, because kulitan, the Kapampangan script, is actually harder to write than baybayin. So yeah, so from a 7-year-old kid who writes by buy-in because my dad taught me, and I eventually became teaching the very first course dedicated to my buy-in, in at least in the colleges in the US. Yeah, I missed teaching that class. Thanks for the question. Okay. Ano pa ba? Oh, I missed a lot of questions now. Huh. Mathala said, nice. I didn't know the mother language thing. I wonder if they teach Batangueño. I hope they do teach a variety of Tagalog, because Tagalog is also a diverse language. I mean, there's a lot of dialects. So I do hope there's a Batangueño class, because Batangueño Tagalog is very different from Bulaqueño Tagalog, or even from Manila, of course. So sana meron. Anthony Roman is asking, do you have in your collection a copy of Vocabulario de la Lengua Pampanga and Romance by Fly Berganyo? Diego Berganyo, where is it? I have a copy of the one from the Holy Angel University, the when they republished the book in 2000. What did they do this? What taon ba to? I don't know what the year, I forgot. But when they republished the book in the vocabulary, let me read that again. I don't know why nabubulol ako today. Vocabulario Vocabulario de Pampango and Romance, Diccionario en Romance and Pampango. So that's the actual full name of it, but the short name is Vocabulario de la Lengua Pampanga by Fray Diego Berganyo. And yeah, so this is actually what do you call this? So it was first published in 1732 and then reprinted in 1860. Excuse me, and then again recently, and the translation in English was done by the late Father Venancio Q. Samson. So this is actually a pretty expensive dictionary, but it's good to have if you're Kapampangan or want to learn more about Kapampangan. Can't reach it. Return it later. But yeah, hopefully, that's my only I kind of wish it was cheaper for folks to be accessible. But yeah, I know somebody who was working. I'm not sure if they're done yet. Kong Amiel, shout out kay kayo. He's working on digitizing it so it's more available to more people for free. Because that was an expensive book. I think it was. Well, the price is not here anymore, but it was like $50 if I'm not mistaken, and that's a lot for the Philippines. Um, Do Raymond, I can write some stuff in Babayan. Great, keep practicing. Yes, it is awful not being able to speak English. It is still used to shame people in the Philippines. It's a perfect example of long-term effect of colonialism. Yes. And Lou Raymond remembered learning by Bayan from Hector Santos. Yeah, yeah. May he rest in peace. A lot of people actually learned from his website. So shout out to him in heaven. De La Postol, I learned by Bayan in college in Hawaii. Oh yeah, University of Hawaii. I had to go to college in order to learn because I'm from the US. Yes. Yeah, shout out to the University of Hawaii, the Center for Philippine Studies. That let me actually see the actual official name. I think it is Center for Philippines. Yeah, tama. It is the Center for Philippine Studies at the University of Hawaii. So shout out to all our friends in Hawaii. Mahalo for all their hard work. They also have a great Ilocano program. Yes, going back to the Tagalog or the English thing in the Philippines, you're seen as unintelligent if you cannot speak English, but not intelligent if you speak many Philippine languages. That is true. Or there's this hierarchy of language in the Philippines, sadly, that if you speak a foreign language or English, you're very smart. And then you speak Filipino or Tagalog, you're still smart. But then if you speak, you only speak a language that is not Tagalog, not English, not foreign language, then you're not smart. That is really problematic. And Bathala, whose name on YouTube is also written in Baybayin, I learned it by researching and just joining groups on Facebook that teaches Baybayin, then downloaded Baybayin keyboard to practice. That is also a better or a modern way to learn if you have the Baybayin keyboard and you can practice in that. But yeah, for me, I wrote it or practiced by hand since I was at least 7, probably 5. But for sure, 7 is when I was fluent in it already. Um, Skip Pai said, "Did Sanskrit or any Indian language influenced by Bayan?" Well, the thing is, Bayan is a script; it's not a language. It's a script for the Tagalog language. But yes, there's influence. Historically speaking, I know there's other theories out there, but the vast majority of scholars who study Baybayin agree that Baybayin developed from the Brahmic scripts from India. So yeah, the Brahmic family of scripts from India. And that includes a whole lot of scripts from the Philippines and Southeast Asia. So Baybayin in Tagalog, Kulitan ni Kapampangan, ano pa ba? In Gujarati, their script is also influenced by the Brahmic scripts. They're also part of the Brahmic scripts. But there's a lot of scripts that belong to the same family of scripts. So yes, if you dig deeper, you trace the roots of Baybayin and Kulitan and other scripts from the Philippines, and you would end up in India. Although the oldest script in Southeast Asia from an Austronesian people is the Cham script, which is also related to the Baybayin and Brahmic scripts. So shout out to our Cham friends. So Cham people, if you're not familiar, sadly they don't have a country that is theirs anymore. Cham people are now spread in Cambodia and Vietnam and across the world, but there used to be a kingdom in what is now Vietnam, known as Champa, an ancient kingdom that we also had links as our pre-colonial ancestors had links from Champa. A lot of the Orang Champa actually migrated to Sulu after their kingdom fell. But anyways, that's another tangent. Yes, so yeah, a Palava script is also a branded script. Yes, Baybayin is not the only writing system in the Philippines. There are others considering, yeah, more than 180 languages, each stemmed from one another. Yes, tama. Um, excuse me. There's a controversy on how many native scripts in the Philippines there are, and not everybody agrees on exactly the breakdown. Some people say that Baybayin is the script, and then the rest are just fonts of Baybayin. That's actually a kind of a very shallow way of defining it, in my honest opinion. Kasi, for example, even if it's the same exact script back in the 1500s, it was called Baybayin in Tagalog. It was the script in Pampanga was called Kulitan, for example, and at one point they belonged to the same script. That's my honest opinion. At one point, they were part of this mother script, whatever it was that we lost, and then it eventually evolved into the different scripts that we see today. And of course, Baybayin is the most popular one. And then, um, like for example, the rules in writing Kulitan is not the same as in Baybayin. There are rules for how to explain this. Halimbawa, there's actually there's less characters in Kapampangan script in Kulitan, but the rules are more complex than Baybayin. So yes, it is still very controversial, and it still needs more studies. Um, yeah, but I don't think they're just fonts, because when you say just fonts, they're not. You wouldn't call uh, I talked to people, the typographists, scholars who are experts in fonts and writing systems around the world. They did clarify, or they did confirm what I said, that these are not just merely fonts of the same script. They're different script that evolved through time separately. Um, yeah. Ano pa ba? And I'm willing to dig deeper. I've been digging deeper. I just haven't, been, I haven't made a buy-in video in a long time. But yeah, yeah. So sabi ni Calobis, honestly, YouTube, not the hardest script to learn, at least with the cross code. Oh wait, did I miss another comment? But anyways, then I got into Kulitan, but it was very difficult to use with other languages. It is like writing in Kulitan for Tagalog words is almost impossible because of the lack of the letter H, for example. Um, yeah, then after that he got into Buhid. Wow, cool. And for example, you're not gonna call Buhid or Hanuno script as just merely fonts of Baybayin. They're entirely different. They're related. That's the thing. They're all related to one another, but they're not different. They're not. They're related to one another, but they're still different, and they're not just fonts. That's a very not a correct analogy. Ye's asking, can we expect you, Kirby, to teach by buying again anytime soon? I know there's a lot of interest in learning online. Yes. So the class that I taught at UC Davis was an in-person class on campus, a college course where you can get credits and earn units and get a grade. But I've always had planned for the last 10 years to teach by buying online. I don't know, to have it more accessible to a lot of people. I've been teaching by buying since almost 2 decades now, actually. Workshops and in-person teaching and conferences. But I've been wanting to teach it online, to do an online school, for the past, at least, past 5 years. And stay tuned. It's still a project that I'm gonna be launching. I just don't know exactly when, but I do have plans on teaching by buying online. I'm just experimenting with the platform that I'm gonna use on how to effectively teach it, because I don't want to just, because some online courses just they just teach you. They have, what do you call this, set of videos that you watch and then you practice and that's it. For me, I want to be able to really teach people to write it and really check in on them, like on their progress, and make it more um, tailored to the individual. So, for example, if this person is having a hard time with their my buying, then I would help them. And if this person, other person having another problem, then I would help them with their problem. So when I want to teach it, I want to be more intentional. I want to be more like really, you know, genuine in teaching you, not just produce a series of videos that you can just watch and I don't know if you did well or not. But yeah, so hopefully soon. Actually, almost did. I almost did. It was I'm not gonna say details, but it was one of the reasons why I left my previous job because I wanted to teach something online, and not the only reason, but that's one of the things that. Anyways, I'll just stop here. Has anybody studied Japanese script to compare to the Philippine scripts? Yes, there's a lot of scholars who study both scripts. There's actually what do you call this? There was a conference a few years ago or many years ago now on the different Southeast Asian scripts that happened in Japan. Um, and so there's a different, a lot of scholars gathered to learn from one another about the different scripts from Australasia, Southeast Asian scripts. We have folks who are experts in Mabayan who were there, folks who are expert in Kulitan who were there, folks who were expert, in the scripts of Indonesia who were also there. So they did study it and have that. Hopefully, there's more of that in the future where they can exchange, their research. Uh, can you give an general idea which major Filipino language is from oldest to newest? I'm not an expert linguist. I know a little bit of linguistics, but I'm not, that's not my expertise. But um, it. Let me see. Let me try to remember from if what I know is correct. But again, it's still debatable. There's still a lot of um, what do you call this, research that needs to be done. But I'm trying to think if my thing is correct. Because it's hard. Because again, languages evolve through time. Even so, I'm trying to remember. Um, I can't really one. I don't know how to answer the exact oldest language in the Philippines, but from what I know, Bisaya and Kapampangan are older than Tagalog, for example. Tagalog branched out from the Bisayan languages from Bicol and Bisaya, and then encountered the Kapampangans, and then they adopted elements from Kapampangan, which is why if you really study Tagalog from a linguistic and historical linguistics perspective, you'll see that the grammar is close to the Visayan, but the vocabulary is close to the Kapampangan because again, um, it's a younger language that developed um, later on as compared to Bisaya and Kapampangan. And then there's also other languages that are older than Bisaya and Kapampangan. I just can't answer directly what's the oldest. And also, of course, the indigenous languages in the Cordilleras, for example, are also old. Yeah. Oh yeah, Richard, I am a Taiwanese learning Filipino Tagalog. I also amazed at the first time I saw Bye Bye in Manila. Yay! I'm glad you're amazed. It is a beautiful script. Um, why are there a lot of writing directions when it comes to Brahmic scripts? It's hard to say exactly why, because again, there's dozens, if not hundreds. Wait, I don't know. Is it hundreds? Like at least dozens of Brahmic scripts around the world, so they develop differently. So each because these writing systems are tools to communicate. So it depends on what you have, what's available around you. Like for example, my mind back then was not written in a specific direction. It depends on what your tools you're using. So if you're using like a palm leaf or a rice paper and writing it, you know it, you write it the same way, or this way. But if you're using bamboo and a knife, you write away from you. That's how Haruno and the Mangyan scripts are still written today. So it depends again on the tools, and of course over centuries they develop rules on how to write things. But and again, back then it would depend on the tools and that you have that's available to you. So if you're more of a paper person, yeah, if that made sense, because it would be really dangerous if you wrote using um, a knife and a bamboo towards you. You have to write away from you. Anyone watching the New Year's Eve countdown live online? I'm not sure. I mean, it's still December 38th in the US, so tomorrow pa sa amin ang mga countdown, but maybe in the Philippines, wherever you are. Let me know where you're watching. Joshua, have you covered indigenous textiles in the Philippines or the meanings behind the patterns, fabrics? Not yet. It's one thing I want to do, but I also want to give justice to, like I mentioned in my other videos, or my earlier about other videos. I want to give justice when I make videos. I don't just want to just throw out facts out there. Um, but yeah, I haven't made a video specifically about indigenous textiles in the Philippines. Again, for me, it's hard to do. It's hard to do one video that explains all the textiles. There's a bunch. It's a diverse. The Philippines is very diverse. So the textiles, for example, in Maguindanao is different from Maranao, which is just next door, and of course it's different from the textiles in Palau, not Palawan. Well, yeah, Palawan, in Sulu or in Pampanga. So or Ilocano. So it's really different per region. It's hard to have a short video that has the overall um, grasp. But yeah, hopefully, if anything, I plan on doing specifically per region para mas bigyan ng justice. Not sure when, but hopefully, yeah. Um, oh wait, I forgot to eat my food. Cool. Send in more questions while I eat my fruit salad. Again, for those who are just joining us, today's live stream is just questions in general. I don't have a specific topic, so it's more of like a hangout with all of you virtually. Speaking of Taiwan, aren't there some theories out there that either native to Taiwan were some of the original people that migrated to the Philippines? So that's right now that's the most accepted theory on Austronesian migration, the out of Taiwan um, pattern or like direction. Um, yeah, so that's actually one of the most accepted theories of how Austronesians migrated throughout the different islands in Southeast Asia and all the way to Africa and all the way to the Pacific Ocean is from Taiwan and then to the Philippines, and then from the Philippines they spread out. And then that's backed up also by DNA studies on DNA of chickens, even chickens, and even sweet potatoes. So that's the most accepted theory right now. Although also from Taiwan, they also believe that it also came from the southern part of China first. There's actually theories too that the Austronesians were the first one to cultivate rice in what is now China before what is now Chinese um, became predominant in China, and then they went to Taiwan, from Taiwan to the Philippines, and then again spread throughout Southeast Asia, and then the Pacific Ocean, and eventually Madagascar. Maya Patkat Panapon, KJ's Henson. Have you already covered the history of the Mayan polity? Not yet. It's on my list too. I'm still digging deeper because there's actually um, just a hint. Um, the official written history about the Mayan doesn't really match a lot of the oral traditions that were passed down in the different parts of Central Luzon. So um, it's still. I haven't made the video yet because I'm still trying to find that balance of what's written and what is recorded through oral traditions, and to get as close as we can to the the right history of the Mayan polity, the kingdom of the Mayan. Kirby, sana in a future video you expound more on Filipino wars and Utah. Yes, yeah, I am. I will. Don't worry. I will. But I've made that video in 2017, 2018. I forgot what year. Back then my videos were only like 5 minutes because back then YouTube videos were only short, and now they're like algorithms prefer longer videos now. So now I can have more time to actually expound more on the warriors in Ayutthaya that are from the Philippines and other kingdoms. Uh, Jay's asking, I'm wondering why mountains and evergreens in the Philippines are not Spanish names, or most of them are not Spanish names. Well, one, because we already had names for the mountains in the Philippines before Europeans came. So when they came, they just adopted what names we have for our places. And a lot of times, a lot of the places in the Philippines, they just used the names that we already have, like Maynila became Manila, um, Cebu, Cebu. Um, so it's not something that they would actually change because there's no need to change the name. They just have to spell it in a way that they can speak it. um, yeah, so yes, so because we already have names for it, and a lot of the times though the names that are in Spanish are places that are newly created, or like something else that they just wanted to change the name. There's actually a lot more place names in the Philippines that are native because we already had names for these places. Ano pa ba? Let me eat some more. Bibingka is asking any pre-colonial historical facts about Pangasinan. Yes, there's a lot. Um, not or I'm pretty sure there's a lot out there. It's just that I'm not as familiar with it as I would like to, but it's something that I'm also researching more on, and it's a planned video actually for 2022 do have a video about pre-colonial Pangasinan. Yeah, it's not as well documented as, for example, the Visayas or the Kapampangans or Mindanao, but it's something that I'm still digging deeper into. Again, when I make my videos, I don't want to just find a fact and tell you. I want to um, analyze that fact and really give justice to the story. What is the extent of Japanese influence? Is it limited to 1945 onwards, or it go far older than that? Far older. How do I explain this? Halo halo is from Japan. The concept of halo halo that we have today actually came from Japan. Um, what else? There's a lot of. Well, the thing is, Japan or pre-colonial Philippines and Japan had strong relations. So before Europeans even learned that Japan and the Philippines existed, the people of Japan and the people of Luzon specifically were already friends. They were already exchanging trade and diplomacy, and they were friends. That's why when the Datus in Tondo, the Lakans revolted in 1588, they had support from Japan because they already were friends before Spaniards came. Um, what else is there? So there was already like trade between Okinawa and Luzon before Okinawa became part of Japan. There's a lot of trade between Luzon and Japan. There's a lot of jars in Japan that are from Luzon. There's a lot of artifacts in Japan that are from Luzon. Um, and for example, when one of the biggest, for example, one of the biggest trade between, sorry, there's something bothering me. One of the biggest um, commodities that were traded between Luzon and Japan are not just the jars. A lot of people are familiar with the jars, but for the Kapampangans, they were exporting indigo, tayum to the Japanese. They were exporting beeswax to the Japanese. We were exporting deer skin that they actually use as materials to make samurai um, armor in Japan were actually deer skin from the Philippines, from Luzon, from central Luzon. Um, what else? Tayum, beeswax, deer skin. Those are the major exports that Kapampangans had to Japan back then before colonialism. And even after the Spaniards came to the Philippines, when Pampanga was already, or the Luzon, the island of Luzon was already a colony of Spain, Kapampangan traders were still allowed up to the 1600s. They were still allowed to trade independently with Japan. So they still traded the same thing: indigo, um, uh, beeswax, deer skin, jars. Um, yeah. So there's a lot of exchanges between pre-colonial Filipino or pre-colonial ancestors of the Filipinos and the Japanese people back then. It's just not as well studied research as I'd like it to be. Actually, there's a theory that how do you call this? Sushi came from if not the Philippines, at least somewhere in Southeast Asia, because the type of rice that the sushi we're familiar with today is a modern version of it, but there's the ancient type of sushi that is closely related to the buro in Kapampangan cuisine. So there's actually scholars who are looking into that, like what's really the connection? How come, or how, or why is the buro of the Kapampangan, this fermented rice, is very similar to the original sushi in Japan before it became the sushi that we know today. So even sushi has a long history that we still need to study, and there's some evidences that points that it might have been influenced from Southeast Asia because we had the same buro in Kapampangan. But yeah, but that's also something that we're still digging deeper into. So hopefully, the research gets done sooner. Uh, Um, okay. La, la, la. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll back if I missed questions from way earlier. Oh yeah, but Tala said would like to watch a video about African Filipinos and their connections outside the archipelago. Yeah, um, definitely more videos about that soon. Like the one in Japan, I'm still working on that. The pre-colonial connection between Luzon and Japan, um, and other parts of Southeast Asia, like the warriors in the different wars in Southeast Asia that somebody asked earlier. Um, hey Teo, happy end of the year. Hello, Teo is one of my former students at UC Davis. Hello, Musta. Hope you're doing well. Hope you and your siblings are doing well. Uh, Nice to see you here, Teo. Ano pa ba? Questions that I kind of. Oh, Zujay. Is Zujay still here? Comment if you're still here, Zujay, because this was asked an hour ago. So, Zujay, I hope you're still here. Quick rebate, totoo po bang nag-away ang mga taga Luzon at ang Madya Pahit? Just curious. Meron po kasi nabasa ko dito. Hindi po kasi ako sigurado. Was there a conflict between Luzon and Madya Pahit? There are oral traditions that do indicate that there was a conflict between Luzon and the Madya Pahit. But so far, I'm still, in the process of verifying if digging deeper how, doing more research on how exactly that transpired. So again, there's very scarce records before colonialism, sadly. So when it comes to Majapahit and Luzon, because Majapahit was at its peak in the 1300s, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check my dates. Um, at its peak, Majapahit it dissolved in the early 1500s, but the peak of Majapahit was in the 1300s. Yeah, tama naman pala. Hindi pala ako mali. Tama pala ako. So yeah, the peak of Majapahit was in the 1300s, and it slowly died down in the 1500s. But sadly, the records we have in the Philippines are mostly from the 1500s, which is already like hundreds of years before the peak of Majapahit. So it's hard to um, really research this, but it is in my actually it's part of the research I'm doing now is the connection between the zone and the Majapahit, the exact. Well, it's hard to say the exact. It's hard to know the exact, but as close to the exact relationship between Majapahit and the zone that we have. So yeah, that it was said that there was a conflict between the zone and the Majapahit in the 1300s or 1400s, but it's still hard to double check because again, the resources are very scarce, not just in the Philippines but even in Indonesia. So hopefully, I get to the bottom of this soon. But fun fact, there was a princess from Luzon who married a Majapahit emperor, according to oral traditions and oral history, oral traditions. Yeah. So I guess this also goes to the question that I saw recently. As a does Tondo have a connections with the Srivijaya? Not that we know of yet. Um, um, how to explain this? For sure, there's a connection between the Majapahit and Tondo, given the fact that a princess from Luzon was married to emperor of Majapahit, and then their son was married to the princess of Tondo. So there's a lot of like intermarriages between Majapahit and Luzon, and then Luzon and Brunei. So what am I doing? But in terms of Srivijaya, it's harder because Srivijaya is an older empire than Majapahit. So if it's hard to find records on the Majapahit and connections to Luzon, it's even harder to find connections between Srivijaya and Luzon. Um, um, but yeah, because Srivijaya is way older. But there was an overlap of like Tondo existing and Srivijaya. Like for example, the Laguna Copper Plate. There's a lot of that we still need to learn about the context of why the Laguna Copper Plate was created, and what was going on around Southeast Asia when it was created. But yeah, it's hard to tell. Um, there probably was. It's just as historians, we also don't just like rely on hearsay. or like oh maybe there is, but so you still need to back it up with more research. But yeah, there probably was. We're just not sure yet. So far, it's not 100% known. But yeah, Lou Raymond. Oh, thank you. I posted it. I forgot to post it on other platforms. I posted it on Instagram first. But yeah, thanks. The new one, right? Because I made two. Thank you. Mimika, would you consider making a video about LGBT people and gods like Lakapati, particularly in Philippines? Yes, it's in my to do list. Uh, I'm curious to know what the surrounding polities thought of the Majapahit Empire. Were they sacred? It opened up opportunities in terms of trade and technological advancement. It did open up opportunities for trade and technological advancement, but as to what the surrounding polities thought of the Majapahit, it's hard to gauge. I mean, it depends on where you are and the relationship you have with the Majapahit. For example, for sure, Sunda, the Sundanese people. Um, how do I explain this? There was this famous wedding between royals. Not really. What do you call this? Uh, Let me double check my notes. Yeah, so again, it depends on what politics you are or which one you're referring to. But for example, the Sudanese people, they hated the Majapahit because at one point uh, there was supposed to be a royal wedding between the Sudanese princess and the Majapahit prince, but it ended with the massacre of the royal family of the Sudanese because um, well, apparently for I'm not sure the details, but the agreement was that a princess from the kingdom of Sunda or the Sundanese princess would marry the future king or emperor of the Majapahit as as the wife of the prince of the future king. But when they got to the place where they met, there was some misunderstanding or like disagreement between the Sundanese and the Majapahit diplomats that the Majapahit what do you call this? The Majapahit um, nobility was like, we're gonna marry you, but you're not gonna be the queen. You're just gonna be a concubine, something like that. And of course, the Sundays were like, that's an insult because she's our princess that we're trying to marry to your, as we agreed, marry to your prince as his wife. And then there was a fight that happened, and since the Sudanese delegation was much smaller, and it was in the Majapahit territory, they massacred the royal family of the kingdom of Sunda. So of course, for the Sudanese, they hated the Majapahit, but for others, of course, they loved the Majapahit. So it depends on which um, part of Southeast Asia you're talking about. But yeah, it was actually the famous what do you call this? The famous emperor of Majapahit, Hayamuruk, was actually the one who was supposed to marry the princess from Sunda, and then Gajamada, the famous prime minister of the Majapahit, who helped usher in the golden age of Majapahit, was the one who caused the commotion and caused the massacre of the Sundanese royal family. So yes, it depends. And Southeast Asian history is actually very diverse and very not just diverse but very like rich in stories like this. Imagine we have the red wedding in the Game of Thrones, but these things happen in real life in Southeast Asia. Imagine you're expecting to have a royal wedding and suddenly your whole royal family is dead because of this disagreement on what um, level of queen you're gonna be. Let's I'm gonna bookmark some of the questions so I don't lose it later. Um, excuse me. Uh, Mm, yes. Yeah, I'm hungry. And I'm eating fruit salad, a traditional Filipino holiday dessert. But let me highlight some questions I can go back to. Naya Lauren, do you also want to join wearing pre-colored clothing in public to revitalize and promote it? I actually have been wearing pre-colored clothing in a lot of formal occasions. I intentionally wear it in, for example, whenever there's the well, now it's virtual, but the graduation ceremonies at UC Davis, I would actually, instead of wearing the traditional regalia of an academic, I would actually wear the regalia of a datu, of a Kapampangan datu. So yes, I'm promoting, and it's actually a lot of brands even here in the US, like the Daily Malong, for example, who are revitalizing pre-colonial and indigenous clothing in a more modern fashion to that make it more modern and more revitalizing for the younger generation. So yes, thank you. Yes, fruit salad. I made it. I made one for Christmas and then naubos na, so I made the new one last night. Uh, Speaking of reaction, Kirby's reaction to the Admimat Kasma video was an eye opener for me. Thank you. Yeah, that was my goal, is to open a lot of people's eyes onto the history of Philippine US relations. And I'm glad Kasmala's video was about it, or like the theme was about it. So I was able to actually share to the younger generation what the history is, the true history between the Philippines and the US, not just, the fancy US saving the Philippines and stuff. No, it was more complicated, more bloody. Josh was saying that, yeah, yes, I will join and make it a trend. Yes, yes. Promote pre-colonial and traditional clothing, but modernize it. Speaking of food, what is the most Filipino of dishes? It depends. I mean, it's hard to answer this because, again, what do we mean by Filipino? Because it is all, even the word Filipino is hard to define. Is it just Filipino meaning from the Philippines, or is it Filipino meaning, you know, influenced by all? Because the thing is, being Filipino is very complicated. We're not just one culture. We have influences from different cultures, and again, um, when I say, for example, when I say decolonizing, it doesn't mean we're going to erase colonial influence in the Philippines, because it's still part of our culture, still part of our history, still part of our people, um, a part of our heritage. But what I mean by decolonizing our history, our culture, is really putting into context, understanding that, not everything colonial was great and not everything pre-colonial was bad. That's one aspect of it, and really not erasing it, but understanding, the different perspectives, and or not just perspectives, but yeah, understanding that um understanding that our understanding of our culture is limited because of colonialism. So decolonizing is opening our minds with what is out there that we haven't really accepted, since we've been so colonially minded, or like miseducated. Hope that answers the question. But in terms of food, it's hard. It depends on the culture too. Because if you go to Mindanao, the Tausug cuisine is very Tausug. It's not almost, it barely has any influence from the Spanish, or maybe not even influence from the Spanish. So it depends on what you mean by most Filipino. Um, uh, what do you call this? But if I were my if when people ask me what's my favorite dish from the Philippines, I always say sisig. Not just because I'm from Angeles, where the modern day sisig um, became famous, that made it famous, but also because sisig itself is an old indigenous recipe. It's actually a process of making food. Sisig is not just the pork sisig that we know today. It is a process of making food, of dicing the meat, of putting in the onion, putting in the sour ingredient. It could now be used It could be vinegar. Back then, it was actually spiced vinegar or calamansi. Now it's just calamansi. And back then, even or there's a lot of sisig, traditional sisig out there that a lot of Filipinos are not aware of because they only know the modern day sisig that we know of. But yeah, sisig also has was a spiritual dish that was only back then. It was almost a sacred dish that was only reserved for pregnant women. If you're not pregnant, if you're not a mother, you're not allowed to eat sisig back then, back in pre-colonial times. But now, of course, it's more modernized and stuff. But yeah, it's hard to identify what we mean by the most Filipino dish. Yeah, yes, yeah. Actually, a lot of Kapampangans are not happy with the way sisig is presented outside Pampanga. How when you put mayo, we don't really put mayonnaise, and we don't really put egg in sisig. It's actually disrespectful for a lot of Kapampangans, especially the older Kapampangans, if you put egg in sisig. So if you're gonna eat sisig, if you're gonna make sisig, please don't put egg. Please don't put mayonnaise. Yeah. Yes. So sorry, skip by. Agree. We need to reclaim our pre-colonial heritage without fundamentally changing who we are now, which is an amalgam of different cultures. Meaning, for example, like still love K-pop, anime, and the MCU. Tama. Kakapasok ko lang po. Anong topic natin today? Wala. Just kidding. You can ask. Today is an open forum, open chat, open questions, open chismisan. Just hang out, everybody. So if you have questions, Jake, let us know. Yes. So I feel like in the States, in the US, Filipino food gets referenced. It is usually chicken adobo or balut. That is true. Yeah. Yes. That is so true. People always ask me like, "Oh, you must love adobo." Actually, adobo is not. I like adobo. And I don't hate it, but it's not on my top favorite Filipino dishes. Surprise. That is a confession. Adobo is not one of my top Filipino dishes. I ate it. I love eating it, especially the adobo that my mom makes and my lola makes, my grandma makes. But it's still not my favorite Filipino dish. Not even a top five. Um, Sisig puso, tubong palawe. Sisig puso is my favorite. Yes, sisig puso ng saging is also a traditional sisig. Um, that very traditional. Sisig batwa, which is a different kind of pork sisig. It's also great, really good. Um, how do you call this? Actually, Tokwan Baboy has roots that can trace it back to the similar dish um, that made sisig, or you know what I'm trying to say. Uh, Tokwan Baboy is related to sisig, as well as kilayin or kilawin. Skip by says that I like pork adobo more than chicken adobo, um, and still avoid adobo. Yeah, if I had to choose two, I like pork adobo than chicken, or I like it when it was actually a mix of both. The Raymond says I like puchera. Oh, puchera is good. Um, I think Jake missed the question earlier. My favorite dish was sisig. Not just the type of sisig that we know today, but all the varieties of sisig. If I have to choose one favorite, it would be sisig, and I can make sisig in the authentic Kapampangan way. But it's hard to define authentic too. But yeah, in the traditional Kapampangan way. He says, "I love sinigang." Yes, I know. There's also a lot of variety of sinigang. Sinigang is also an indigenous dish, a pre-colonial dish. Yes. Um, ano pa ba? Oh, wait. Did I miss something? Anthony saying, I've spent my summers in our province in Pampanga, and every lunch is a treat for house scrumptious. But yes, um, traditionally, Kapampangas, when they make food, it's actually sacred back then to Kapampangas. When they make food, it's part of it's really deeply part of the culture. So when they make food, when Kapampangas make food, they really put their effort, a lot of effort into it. They don't just make food just because they want to make food. They really put their heart into it. So yeah. Curiously, as a Filipino, I have American steak, Italian pasta, Japanese sashimi, Korean samgyup, and Filipino tasulog. I actually like all of these. Yes. I have to go, but thank you so much for Ask Kirby stream, Mr. Kirby. Thank you. Salamat. Salamat to Lou Raymond for joining us. Thank you. And Happy New Year. Thanks. Okay, Joshua is asking, did you or your family do 23andMe or any of the DNA study is testing thing? Not yet. I'm partly skeptical of having my DNA out there, and there's a whole lot of security concerns that could happen if they have a copy of your DNA data. But that's not the only reason why I haven't done it yet. Another reason too is that even if I do it, for me, it just tells you one thing. It doesn't tell you the entire story of your lineage. Um, it can confirm certain things, like what percentage of your blood is from where. But even that is not even like clear. It's not even really like, for me, it's incomplete, and it doesn't really tell you the heritage. For me, I'm more um, what do you call this? That's just a specific data. But for me, I'm more interested in learning the history of the experience of that our ancestry, our people, if that makes sense. And it doesn't really tell you the full story. That's my issue with it. It doesn't really give you the full story. It's one way to know, it confirms certain things, but it's for me, it's not all, you know what do you call this? It doesn't give you all the answers, and I have a lot of questions, if anything, and it's not really gonna. Um, if anything, it's just gonna confirm certain things I already knew from our family. But yeah, it might surprise people. I agree with that, and it might surprise people who might not know about their lineage. But for me, since luckily for me, our family are very aware of our lineages, both sides of my family. So for me, it's not as a necessity for me to do the test. Um, yeah, it's hard to explain what I'm trying to say, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. It's really not. Um, it's not for me. It's simply just not for me because again, I prefer, or if I do it, it's fine. It's not a big deal if I don't do it or do it. But for me, I'm more interested in the actual history, the actual experiences of my ancestors, the actual, even the culture that was passed down. So, for example, if somehow in my 23andMe I find out that I'm part Turkish, but I lost that culture somehow, and it's not passed down, it's not really, you know, yeah, it doesn't tell me the full story. If that makes sense. Yeah, I'm more interested in the actual tangible heritage that is passed down, like what part of our family traditions is from where, if that makes sense. I hope I'm making sense. But long story short, it's not something that I put an emphasis on. It's not a big deal for me if I do 23andMe or any ancestry DNA. It's fun to do it, but it's not something that I really want to do or not want to do. I'm indifferent, if anything. Um, yeah. Thanks. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Thanks. Hopefully it did make sense. But yeah. But yeah, for people who are not aware of the roots, who don't have the same, for example, again, I'm fortunate to know details about my lineages that a lot of people don't know. So for a lot of people, it is an eye opening thing to do tests like the 23andMe. But yeah. But I guess for me, again, an example is that if I do it, and then suddenly I find out that I have, for example, random Turkish blood, I'm not gonna claim I'm Turkish. because I do not speak the language. I did not, I don't embody the culture. I don't practice the culture. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, that's my short spiel on the DNA testing. If you want to do it, do it. I'm not stopping anybody from doing it. Might be actually eye opening for a lot of people. Cool. Oh, now people are talking about food. Bak choy, yes, I love bak choy from Bacolod. But I should never been to Bacolod, so I don't think I tasted the actual bak choy from Bacolod. Um, yes. And the thing is, like for example, bak choy may not be exactly indigenous, but still originated from the Philippines. Even when colonialism, even when the Philippines was colonized, it doesn't mean that we stopped creating our own culture. If anything, it just enriched the culture in a different way. So just because something is colonially influenced, you shouldn't just disregard it. If that makes sense. Decolonizing doesn't mean we're gonna erase and disregard what happened during colonialism. If anything, it's actually putting it in perspective and understanding the context of why certain things happen. But don't just disregard things just because they're from Spain. There's actually a lot of the things that are from Spain. Basta planang bayang banwa po. Happy New Year. Have a prosperous New Year is what basta planang bayang banwa means. Uh, and inasal, yes, inasal is good. Yeah, maybe not the. I mean, it's still good. The fast food version of inasal, but the actual inasal, cooked in the traditional way, is amazing. Shade Gray, going back to the Turkish example, Shade Gray is saying, I think that a significant amount of people in maritime Southeast Asia will be surprised to know that they have Turkish ancestry, but it will not affect them significantly. That is true. The Ottomans were present in Southeast Asia. The Ottomans, according to some historians, were actually the ones who taught us how to make guns in the Philippines before white people came to the Philippines. But there are also other theories that it was the Majapahit who learned it from the Mongols and the Chinese. But yeah, but nevertheless, the Ottomans were very active in Southeast Asia. Durian is good. It might smell bad, but it's actually good. I like durian desserts actually. Maybe because I was exposed to durian at a young age, but yeah, I know people hate it because of the smell. But don't be fooled by the smell. It's good. Um, wow, puro pagkain ang iniisip natin. Balut is really good. I like balut. My uncle used to um, own what do you call this? What do you call that? Those things. They're not the ones. He's not the one selling balut to the people, but he's the one supplying the balut to the armies of balut vendors in Angeles back then. But yeah, so we had a limited supply of balut back when I still lived in the Philippines. Yes, jackfruit is also very underrated. It's actually very healthy, and yes, it is underrated. It's one of my favorite fruits, jackfruit. Langka. Yeah, I actually have. Well, I don't have fresh ones, but I have cans and cans of jackfruit in my pantry. Oh, you should try jackfruit flavored leche flan. It's good. I That's one of the my specialty dessert that I make during holiday season. I make flan that is jackfruit infused. Guyabano is also good. I also love guyabano. I haven't had fresh guyabano in a long time. Okay. I'm curious about my roots because when people hear my last name, they assume that I'm from Bataan, but my family's Santa Rita, Pampanga. Maybe there's big, a big number of people who have your last name in Bataan. I'm not sure what your last name is, but the thing is, Bataan, parts of Bataan used to speak Spanish. I mean, not Spanish, Kapampangan. They still speak Kapampangan. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Yeah, I had to, there was a emergency in the house because we bought ube ice cream earlier today and we forgot to put it in the fridge, and it's been 5 hours now. So yeah, we had to. My partner had to rush to the freezer and put it in the freezer. Hopefully, we can still save the ube ice cream. But yeah, to the question about your roots, parts of Bataan still speak Kapampangan. Actually, for those who are interested in languages, um, the the Kapampangan spoken in parts of Bataan are actually the older pronunciation of Kapampangan. Like Bale means house in Kapampangan. In Bataan, they still say it as Balay, which is the older pronunciation. Um, yeah. So if you want to hear old Kapampangan, like really, really, really old Kapampangan, Bataan is the place to go. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you have roots in Bataan, or family or distant relatives in Bataan. John Suva, Kirby, I have a question. But what is your favorite dessert in the Philippines? I love desserts, so it's hard to choose one favorite. It's actually hard to choose for me to choose a favorite. It's hard. There's a lot that I really like. I really like ube. I really like the traditional ube, not just the ube flavor of random ube flavored things, but the actual ube, um, ale ube in Kapampangan, or ube halaya in Tagalog. The actual, traditional way of making ube as a dessert. I love that. I made some the other day for Christmas. Um, I love flan, leche flan. I love, in terms of dessert, I love Sanseval, Silvanes. Actually, it's so funny how, or I find it really interesting that now that Silvanes and Sanseval is very mainstream, especially in the U.S. A lot of Filipino Americans like, oh my gosh, that's a Filipino dessert. But back then, it wasn't. Back then, it was actually rare to find these desserts, and luckily in Angeles in Pampanga, we have it. We have a lot of it. It's actually a staple dessert in my family's house. But outside that, it wasn't a well-known dessert until recently, and now suddenly it's a Filipino thing. I mean, it's a Filipino thing, but now suddenly like everyone's like, oh my god, Sansival. But yeah, I remember that's one of my favorite desserts as growing up as a little kid. Well, it used to be, actually, if you look at the history of Sansival and Silvanas, it used to be a dessert, a popular dessert among the upper class in Pampanga and Manila before it became mainstream. Um, okay, let's do this one. Queer Kirby, with Filipino culture becoming more popular, like SB19, Trece, and the Tarog movies, do you see Filipino culture being more prevalent in media and be pushed by the government? Do you still think it is ignored? Honestly, I still think it is ignored. I mean, the private sector is doing great in popularizing Filipino culture in different aspects of Filipino culture, like SB19, Trece. I mean, if I love Trece, um, but if Netflix did not pick it up as a thing, it would not be famous all over the world, you know. And sadly, the government has nothing to do with Netflix picking up Trece. Yeah, so for me, it's still not being pushed enough by the government. Is what I'm trying to say. And a follow up question from that: do you think this will push government to invest more in Filipino culture and history, or nothing at all? I'm not sure what they're gonna do, but I do hope that they will push more because of these. Yeah, I do hope that they would push more of Filipino culture in the mainstream media in the Philippines and outside the Philippines. For example, Korea is really great at doing that, and we can really learn from them. Um, yeah. And at one point in history, Koreans learned a lot from the Philippines, and now we need to learn from them. But yeah, I don't think the government is pushing it enough. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that we can say about the government, and also there's a lot of things that they need to focus on. I mean, I wish they push it more, but if they're gonna put resources into something, I'd rather push that resources into the actual meeting the needs, the the hunger and the different, anyways, issues that are plaguing our society. But anyways, yes, I hope um, we push more of these, not just not just relying on the government and pushing Filipino culture out in the mainstream, but also ourselves. Hopefully that answered Calabis's question. Wilson 2. Many Filipinos always claim they have Spanish ancestry. Is this true? No. The short answer is no. I made a video about Filipino having Spanish last names and indigenous last names, and just a few weeks ago, or a few months ago, weeks ago, last month, and you can last month, and you can find it in my YouTube. Let me actually link it if I can find it right now. But yeah, the short answer is that not all Filipino have, uh, actually, very little percentage of Filipinos have Spanish blood. Some studies say it's only 3% of Filipinos that have Spanish blood. I'm not sure exactly the exact number, but for me, or not just for me, but for a lot of scholars, it's not even just for scholars. It's really just very little of Filipinos have Spanish blood, and there's a history behind it. Again, the Philippines was the farthest colony from Spain, farthest major colony from Spain. So there's less Spaniards who lived in the Philippines. So there's less intermarriages. Um, so that's one way and one reason. Um, yeah, so it's a misconception that a lot of Filipinos have Spanish blood. And I'm putting the video link in the chat so you can click on it and watch it, learn more about this whole topic of Spanish Filipinos. Hopefully that answered the question. What do you think of having Baybayin as a writing system when teaching Filipino subject in schools? I talked a lot about Baybayin earlier in this stream, like an hour ago or something. But honestly, as much as I love Baybayin and the other scripts in the Philippines like Kulitan, we're not at a point yet that we can actually use it in our teaching. We can teach them how to write it, we can teach them how to use it, but we're not yet at a stage where we can actually use it in textbooks as the main system when teaching Filipino subjects. But yeah, for me, we still need to do a lot of work to get there. And the first step is really teaching and making people aware of Baybayin first and teaching them first. As much as I love to see school textbooks written in all Baybayin, it's not we're not there yet. We have to be practical. We need to teach people first how to write and read it before we can actually produce, textbooks and actually teach subjects using Baybayin. How about signages, like having both English and Baybayin? That would be nice, but again, we have to be practical. I love it. I love it when I see it. I've seen signs in Baybayin, and I'm actually glad that they do that because, again, it's raising awareness of where it is. But to be honest, not a lot of people can understand it. So um, I would love to see more of Baybayin signages out there. Um, but again, the first step is really teaching people first how to read Baybayin. So if we do not put our resources in teaching them how to read Baybayin or any other scripts, not just Baybayin, because we have a lot, then it's really pointless to have Baybayin signages if the people do not know how to read it and do not even know what it is. A decade ago, not a lot of people even know that we had our own scripts in the Philippines. But yeah. Thanks for answering the question. Can you say that Filipinos tend to adore colonizers as the reason Filipino claim to have Spanish blood? It's both, mostly because of the miseducation in the Philippines. The reason why a lot of Filipinos are, tend to adore the colonizers because of the miseducation in the Philippines, how they really painted the colonizers in a really great light, and really painted the native and other cultures as, not that great. So it's in the education system in the last hundreds of years in the Philippines that really molded the minds of Filipinos to tend to adore Western culture and Western stuff, from the Spaniards to the Americans. But yeah, it's a lot of miseducation that we need to undo. Okay. Shay Gray brought up a good point. The problem with teaching Filipino scripts, or the Baybayin, Kulitan, whatever other scripts there are, is that education system is already having a hard time teaching people STEM and the arts. Yes, so there's already a lot of problems with the education system in the Philippines. So yeah, it is hard. Oops. Yeah. Yes, it would be more effective first if we teach at this stage to teach Baybayin by buying alone as a subject, or a subject focusing on scripts. But then again, um, also when you focus on by buying, we're neglecting the other scripts. So whenever it is, I guess, appropriate, then we should teach the native scripts, like what the Japanese did with their script. Yes. Excuse me. Hmm. That's also why I taught a course dedicated to by buying in Davis a few years ago. I used to teach by buying, like I mentioned earlier. I used to teach college level course that is dedicated to by buying and kulitan in UC Davis. Ricky Silva. Oh, hey. With languages like Tagalog being so under demand in the US, there's a very big shortage of Filipino Americans speaking their family Filipino dialect or languages. Do you see this changing in the future? Yes, I do see it changing in the future. There's actually a lot of demand for younger Filipino Americans to learn the languages of their ancestors, their roots. Um, that's also why my buying course in Davis was such a hit. Not to raise my own bench, or in Tagalog, your own bangko. But it was there. Um, I had three times more in the wait list than I can accommodate in my buying class, because a lot of younger Filipino Americans are eager to learn more about our roots and learn the languages. Some of them actually use my babayang class to actually learn Tagalog, because again, you cannot really write babayan if you do not understand, at least understand how Tagalog is pronounced. So a lot of them were interested. A lot of, I can attest to this, that a lot of younger Filipino Americans in the diaspora are really eager to learn more about the different languages of their parents, of their grandparents. Sadly, a lot of them are not exposed to it, but there is a huge demand, actually, um, of people wanting to learn Tagalog, wanting to learn Kamampangan. Even University of Hawaii has a great program teaching Ilocano. So there, I see it changing. Actually, even in terms of government wise, there's a lot of like local governments in California that is really implementing Tagalog. I have a college friend who works in the Bay Area who just recently talked about how now they're implementing Tagalog as a mandatory language when it comes, at least, to the elections, the U.S. elections. But yeah, it is changing. It's not that there's no demand; it's just that there's no resources poured into it. Um, Out of topic from Jake. It's not really out of topic, but I hope we can have a topic of other kingdoms in the Philippines after Luzon, like Butuan and other kingdoms. Yes, it's on my to-do list to make videos about other kingdoms. It's just that, you know, in history, just because I'm a historian doesn't mean that I'm an expert in every aspect of Philippine history. My expertise is actually Luzon's pre-colonial history. I know a lot about Butuan. I know a lot about the Visayas. I know a lot about Sulu and Mindanao, but when you compare that to what I know about Luzon, then it's not, you know what I'm saying. My focus, my right now, my research is really gravitating towards Luzon, but I do have plans of making a video on Butuan and other kingdoms. And again, like what I mentioned earlier in the live stream today, when I make my videos, I want to make it, as best as I can. I want to give it justice. I just um to be honest, there's a lot of videos out there about history that they just really find Wikipedia articles or random blogs, and they just, rephrase what they said in the articles or the blog without actually verifying or researching the facts, if they're really facts. That tends to spread. This video is actually more, to be honest, these videos tend to be more popular and more viral. But then again, this is not accurate for when I make my videos. I really want to make it as accurate as I can. Again, but even though, well, to be honest, no historian is ever 100% accurate, because there's still things that we don't know, but I try my best to present the best that I can when I make my videos. So for example, with Butuan, although I know a lot about Butuan, for me, I when I make that video, I want to make that video to be as best as I can, and right now I'm not at that stage yet. But yes, there's Butuan in the to-do list of videos, hopefully in the next coming months. Also Pangasinan, like question earlier. Cool. Neil Mark Suleta, it's really amazing to see our scripts in the flesh, like my native Mangyan. It's so alive in Mindoro. Yes, it is very alive in Mindoro. I can really feel that I'm indeed Filipino knowing it. Thank you so much, Kirby. Thank you. Salamat din. Yes, Sultan Kudarat too. It's also in my doing. I'm also doing more research on Sultan Kudarat, because I know the basic story of Sultan Kudarat. I can share it, but then again, I want to make it as best as I can. So I want to include things there that you don't normally. The thing is, in my videos, if you notice, I don't just tell you the mainstream version of the story. I actually dig deeper and find things that I can share that is not out there in the mainstream understanding or of this history. So, for example, for Sultan Kudarat is a very famous sultan, perhaps the most famous sultan in the Philippines. But I know the basic story. But when I make that video, I want to add more into it, more context, more, to be to have it the best as I can. And I actually have I'm doing more research on Sultan Kudarat and also talking to his descendants, because his descendants are still around in Mindanao. Yeah, so I'm doing more research on Sultan Kudarat with the help of some of his descendants. Maybe someday. Oh, I already answered that. Oh yeah, thanks to Sultan Kudarat. Yes, yeah. Again, I plan on making a video on Sultan Kudarat. I just want to make sure I have the accurate story and the give justice to this great Sultan. Like for example, many people know that Sultan Kudarat is the Sultan of Maguindanao, but a lot of people don't know that he's also related to the Sultans of Brunei and Zulu, and by extension, the kings of Manila and Luzon. Like Sultan Kudarat's mother was said to be a granddaughter of Sultan Murkia of Brunei and Putri Lela Medjanay of Sulu, which makes her a cousin of Raja Matandá of Maynílâ and Lakandúlâ of Tondo. So there's even that connection that is not in the mainstream. Because people think that the Luzon history is separate from Mindanao's history, but it's not. Especially in pre-colonial times, it is not. Let's see. Kalo Beast. What's your opinion about the Ten Datus legend? The Maragas epic, right? That they came from Borneo to Panay, later became the Visayan ethnic groups, and apparently Tagalog people as well. What the legitimacy of this? This epic is very controversial amongst historians and scholars. Follow up. I'm Visayan, and I doubt this tale is to be true, but something more metaphorical, some kind of cultural twist and migration. I'm not an expert on Panay's history. And there are historians who discounted this history, but there are scholars who also support it. Um, the thing is, it's as far as I know, it's based on oral traditions. And the thing is with history, the mainstream form or like mainstream, you know, what do you call this? Subject of history or like um, the academic world in history, we tend to focus a lot on the written records. Um, but as a culture bearer myself, I also see the value of oral traditions. So when it comes to this, I don't know the exact answer on their question, but this is the answer I'm gonna give you: is that when it comes to oral traditions, um, they may not get the exact details right, but the core lesson in it is still there, if that makes sense. Because oral traditions, we cannot just disregard them just because they're not written down. Um, Others can probably explain this more better than me. But um, yeah, oral traditions are not something to be disregarded, but and just because it's oral tradition doesn't mean it's entirely false. If anything, we just don't have written proof about certain things because it's passed down orally, but it doesn't mean it's false. A lot of the times, the lesson that the details may be wrong, the names, the dates may be wrong, but the lessons of the story might still be true, and actually are usually still true. Cool, yay! I definitely agree. I get what you mean. Yeah. So even though the details of the epic might be wrong, like the names and the dates and where they came, or like the dates when they came and the details, but the essence of the story is still there. Because the thing is, our ancestors would not pass down those oral traditions if it wasn't true, or if it's not entirely true, or you know what I'm saying. The essence of the story is still there. The significance, the lessons we can learn from it are still there. Maybe I should do a video on oral traditions. Yeah, there's still historical basis. We just need to really gather more sources, and sometimes it's really hard. Um, Maharlikan, is it true that Filipino women or women in the Philippines back then were sexually aggressive during the pre-colonial era? Um, the thing is, I wouldn't say they're aggressive because the point is they're more open. The people pre-colonial Philippines were more open about sexuality. They're not they're not bigots. But when it comes to sexuality, they're more open about sexuality. They understood sexuality very well as opposed to our culture. To be honest, pre-colonial Filipinos or pre-colonial people in the Philippines understood sexuality way better than we do in the Philippines today. They were more open to understanding things. They were more, they did not put a high value on virginity because it's part of life. It just happens to be part of life. It doesn't, so I wouldn't call them aggressive, but they're open when it comes to sexuality. They're more open, and when the society is more open, then of course they're free to express their sexuality even better than what we have in our modern day society, which is quite ironic. To be, you know, to be frank, it's quite ironic that our ancestors were more, more progressive when it comes to sexuality. Would you ever do a video on Filipino tattoos and their meanings? Maybe. It's something that I thought of before, but the thing is, we also have to be specific on which tattoos, which traditions, because the Visayan tattoos are entirely different from the Kalingas, and and the meanings are different, as similar. But yeah, maybe in the future, it's something that um, on my to-do list. I have a long to-do list. Like I mentioned earlier, I have a lot of to do videos to do, um, and this is one of them. It's just that again, I'm not really at a point where I'm confident enough to share what I know. Yeah. Yes, pay respect. My ancestors got experience the book. Sakra. Yes. Wait, is Skippy still here? Oh yeah, I think their struggle basis that to put the it was time during the fall of Srivijaya. Oh, I'm not really no, I don't really know the exact details of the epic or the oral tradition or the history behind it, so I can't really um give you an answer about that. But yeah, skip. Oh, okay, skip. I keep saying Skype or skip by, but I guess it's Skippy. Did I say it right now? Skippy. Thank you for joining us again. Happy New Year, everyone. Advance Happy New Year from Kiko Cruz. Yes, maligayang bagong taon o manigong bagong taon in the Philippines. Mayap, not Mayap. Masaplang bayang Banwa in Kapampangan. It is already New Year's Eve in the Philippines. Yay! Thanks. It is Skippy. Sorry, I keep saying Skippy or Spiky, Spiky. There are some questions I thought I wanted to answer, but I missed. Um, but I do need to use the CR really quick. So please type in your questions. I'll be back in a few minutes and answer more of your questions. Mute. I am back. Oh wow, solid comments. Um, let's change the background. Yeah. Ay, ito pala, Parol. Okay, what did I miss? Dami pala. Skippy is asking, do Filipinos or the only ones calling the CRCR? From my experience, yes. Yeah, it's called the restroom here in the US or the loo in UK. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe others can share. But so far, from my experience, only in the Philippines that we use CR. And it makes sense. Comfort room. Um, yes. Have you noticed the similarities with Thai folk traditions and Gimat culture? Yeah, there's similarities. Definitely there's similarities. It's not that I'm not really 100% expert in this, but I see the similarities. Um, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of similarities even in the argument culture of the Philippines with those of Indonesia that we don't really talk about, even though they're closely related. And especially the thing with Thailand is that a lot of people forget that parts of Thailand was you know Austronesian speaking. The southern part of Thailand was part of the Austronesian speaking world, part of the what they call the Malay world, the Malay world. So there's a lot of exchanges and a lot of connections that you know people have forgotten over the centuries, and we still need to learn more. We need more scholars to do more research on this. But that's the thing too with me is that for me is that when we do this research about our history, we shouldn't just look at our country in isolation. We should also, for me, it's actually better to actually look at what is out there that's connected to us. If that makes sense. Oops. Yeah, so it was that we have more solid data about the kingdom of Mai. Is there a group of Filipino researchers working? There's a lot of researchers doing there's researchers doing research on the Mayan kingdom. It's just not it's hard because the data, the evidences, the artifacts are very rare. So it's hard to identify the exact location of Mai. Um yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, the most prevailing theory is that it is still a theory is that Mindoro is Mai, although some people have also proposed some scholars have proposed that it could have been Laguna de Bay or no Luzon itself. Curious to know about the pre-colonial familial structure. I see that it's quite different compared to modern family and Western. Um, excuse me. Yeah. Um, the thing is, this if you actually the well, I'm not. I can't because the thing with the Philippine culture is that even though we've been somewhat homogenous in the last century, there's still a lot of aspects of our society that is very different per ethnic group. If you get what I'm saying. Um, Halimbawa, for example, Kapampangan traditional Kapampangan familiar structure is very matriarchal, and it's a remnant of the matriarchal structure of Kapampangan society before colonialism. Um, Yeah, so Kapampangans in by nature are very matriarchal, even though on the surface they may seem patriarchal because of the Western, um, what the Western society or colonialism, Westernization of the Philippine culture has taught us. On the surface, it may seem patriarchal, but if you actually look at the practices, the actual familiar structure in Kapampangan culture is still very matriarchal. Yeah. So yes, in my opinion, there's still a lot of our pre-colonial familiar structure that exists today, or that have remnants that still exist in our modern day society. But I get what you're trying to say, that this westernized idea of what a family is, and our families, in our understanding of family, is very extensive too in the Philippines. Like, you can be third cousins and still call yourself cousins. In Western culture, that's really not practiced. Or that my grandpa's cousin would still be my, in Kabamba or Filipino culture, you still call them lolo or lola because they're lolo's cousin. But in Western culture, they're actually your cousin, not your lolo. Mm. I'm eating fruit salad, so not ulam. Masablalang bayang mo naman, Kang Liam. Happy New Year. What is the extent of trade and cultural exchanges between Filipino people and our Polynesian and Micronesian neighbors? This is relative, if any. Um, this is something I'm not as knowledgeable as I'd like to be. Something I'm also curious about. Um, it also depends on which part of Micronesia or Polynesia. For example, we're closer to Palau and Guam, so there's stronger connection there. But yeah, I'm not really as familiar as I'd like to be when it comes to the extent of trade exchanges between the people in the Philippines and Polynesia and Micronesia. It also depends on which part of history we're talking about. If it's during colonial period, Guam and Palau and Micronesia were actually governed from the Philippines. But if it's pre-colonial, it's kind of hard to say. But yeah, hopefully there are scholars out there who are more qualified to answer this. But thanks for the question, Christopher. Uh, uh, Is the Balong epic a myth, or does it actually exist in the past? What do you mean by exist in the past? As a story or as an actual event? Because from what I know, the Ibalong epic is the Bicolano version of the or Bicolano epic that was based and influenced by the Hindu epics Ramayana and Mahabharata or Mahabharata. So yeah, so as an epic, as a story, as a part of the literature, it existed before colonialism. But as opposed, I guess I'm not sure what you're trying to ask, but yes, the Epic of Ibalong was influenced from our Sanskrit, from the Hindu epic of Ramayana and Mahabharata, Mahabharata or Mahabharata. Are Filipinos Westernized Asians? Because I'm Asian, but I feel like in some ways the Filipino culture or Filipinos are Westernized Asians because of colonialism. Because of 300 years of Spanish colonialism and 50 years of American direct colonialism, and then the indirect influence of the United States that exists to this day. So the culture of the Philippines have been westernized, but it doesn't mean that we're a Western country. We are not. We are still an Asian country with Western culture infused in it. We're a very diverse country that has a culture of mix, indigenous, Asian, and Western. But you cannot classify the Philippines as either Western or Asian. It's we're at the crossroads of a lot of civilizations and influences. But yes, we are westernized in the sense that a lot of our culture today has been influenced by Western culture, but it doesn't mean that we're not Asian. It doesn't mean that the Philippine culture is not native or Asian. Does Papua New Guinea have pre-colonial ties to Philippines? Pre-colonial Philippines, since it's right next to Indonesia. I'm not really sure because Papua, yeah, it is closer to Indonesia than the Philippines, but it doesn't. As far as I know, I haven't found any strong pre-colonial connection between the Philippines and Papua New Guinea. Even Indonesia itself, it's only the predominant people in Papua New Guinea are not the same people as in Indonesia. They're Melanesians, the Papuans, the indigenous people of Papua New Guinea. So yeah, is there any chance that the Spanish they found? Oh, it's not that they don't know where to find it. Spice Islands is actually the Moluccas in Indonesia, so they know where it is. It's just they were trying to find their way to find a route to go there. Because the thing is, um, you know, the Portuguese Empire controlled this side of the world where Africa, Indian Ocean. So what the Spanish were trying to do is find a way to Moluccas or the Spice Islands by avoiding where the Portuguese are. So it's not that they did not know where to find the Spice Islands, it's just finding a route to get there. So hindi naman nawawala yung Spice Islands. They've known where the Spice Islands is. They're just trying to find the best way to get there without encountering the rival, the Portuguese. But yeah, Spice Islands. And fun fact, at one part of history, Mindanao was considered to be the great, like part of the greater Spice Islands, because spices were also found in Mindanao. Excuse me. Wait, what was I gonna do? Kirby said the coincidence that they landed in the Visayas, knowing that Magellan already has an idea about Luzon in 1511. Well, we don't really know 100% sure if Magellan has an idea of where Luzon is in 1511, but it is very likely, highly likely that he knew where Luzon was because in my video, I mentioned that Magellan was already in Malacca when the Portuguese invaded Malacca in 1511, and the Luzones were actually allies of the Portuguese against Malacca back then. Um, and so it is very likely that Magellan met a Luzones and he heard about Luzon, but as to the extent of how much he knows about Luzon, we're not sure. We can never really be sure because there's no record left. Um, so to the question that is it a coincidence that he landed in the Visayas? Some say that it is not a coincidence. Some say that he was really trying to find a way to Luzon too, and the Moluccas, apart from just going to Moluccas. But again, it's not something that we know 100% sure. So it's it's still theories that are actually not well supported yet by evidences. So we don't know. We don't know the accepted theory is that he coincidentally landed in the Visayas. But to the extent of how much he knows about the archipelago we call the Philippines is still debatable. But one thing is for sure, he was already in Southeast Asia and he was already aware of Southeast Asian geopolitics before he landed in the Visayas in 1521. So, yeah. some say he knew where he was going. Or I tend to lean on that idea that he knew where he was going because Magellan is an expert navigator. He's really one of the best navigators of his time. So I don't think he was actually lost. I'm not a linguist, or like I said earlier, I know a little bit of linguistics, but I'm not an expert in linguistics. So, what do you think of Central Philippine languages expansion? Like many don't know. Yeah, so I don't know how to answer this question because it's not a field that I'm an expert in. So I'll defer to people who are better experts than me. So sorry, don't have the answer for you today. Maybe in the future I'll know the answer. Um, Blaming the U.S. for black propaganda. That's why Spanish language died in the Philippines. It is partly true. The United States did vilify the Spaniards when they took over, but it doesn't mean that Spanish died because the Americans, or in a way, it died because American colonialism. But at the same time, it wasn't like let's stop, because actually a lot of our people still spoke Spanish even in the early part of the Spanish colonialism. It's just that again, people have this idea that or have this misconception about the Spanish language in the Philippines. The thing is, not a lot of people spoke Spanish in the Philippines because, again, there's only a few Spaniards in the Philippines during the Spanish colonialism in the Philippines. So only, it's not a widespread language as it is a lingua franca in terms of the government of the Philippines in under Spanish colonialism, but it doesn't mean that everybody in the Philippines spoke Spanish. So, it's a complicated thing. To cross questions, should we bring teaching Spanish language in school? I already answered this earlier. If you missed the earlier part of this live stream, the first hour, I did answer this. Um, Again, for me, if we're going to bring back Spanish language, I'm not against it, but I'm also not saying that we should impose Spanish language. If we bring it back, it should be an option. And to me, again, it's an important option to have because a lot of our history is actually written in Spanish. So it opens a lot of doors for us to actually understand our history, our roots, but it doesn't mean that we should impose it as a requirement. If anything, it should be an elective. And I gave a longer explanation earlier. So if you can after this live stream, you can replay it and watch the earlier part where I answered this question. Um, yeah, thank you for your question. Shade is asking why were the rulers of Butuan, Cebu so open to helping Magellan and his crew? Was it cultural, ulterior motives? Perhaps they were just that altruistic. In my opinion, as a historian and as a culture bearer, um, it is cultural for people in the Philippines back then, even now. That's why we're you can see it now. We're very hospitable when it comes to know people coming to visit us. Um, in my opinion, it's part of our culture to welcome people from different parts of the world. It's our part of our culture to take care of people when they are in need. It's you can see it to this day. It's just that um, you know they did not expect Magellan to be an invader. Um, Southeast Asia was very diverse. There's a lot of foreigners coming to Southeast Asia, so they're probably expecting, oh, it's just another foreigner that needs our help. You know, Um, so it's for me, it is cultural. It's just that it's not that they want to help the Spaniards invade the Philippines. It's just that okay, they're here. They need food. Plus, if you saw, you must be really bad or like evil if you saw somebody dying of starvation in your shore and not try to offer them at least water. So yeah, I think it's cultural and just human nature. Where is that? Hello, Kabalen. Filipinos, pure Filipinos, or I guess true Filipinos. Again, it depends on what do we mean by Filipinos. Because if we say Filipinos as people in the Philippines, then Aitas are Filipinos equally as Kapampangas as Tagalogs are. Um, and and there's no such thing as a pure Filipino because the Philippines is very diverse from even way before, even when the Aitas came to the Philippines, it's already diverse. Um, not even all the Aitas are part of the same. Not even all the Aitas speak the same language. If you know what I'm saying. There's Aita Magindi from my roots in Pampanga. There's Aita Maganchi also in Pampanga. There's different languages of the Aitas, for example. So there's no such thing as pure Filipino. It's quite problematic when we say that only certain things are pure Filipino. So to answer, um, there's no such thing as pure Filipino. There was never such a thing as a pure Filipino because we've always been mixed with different cultures and heritage. Thank you. Spanish wasn't really outlawed, more just not used as much as the Americans came. Yeah, so that's quite true. It died out of practicality in a way. Um, okay, so this when the Spanish in the Philippines died, but stayed alive in Puerto Rico, both became American colonies. I did mention earlier too that well, one Puerto Rico had more Spanish speakers than the Philippines in because again Puerto Rico is right next to it's in the middle of the Caribbean. It's in the middle of like a lot of Spanish colonies and it's closer to Spain, so there's a lot more Spaniards who live in Puerto Rico who are that's their language, so they kept it alive as opposed to the Philippines, where we have our own language that we're also trying to keep alive. But another reason too is that like what I mentioned earlier, a lot of the Spanish speakers in the Philippines, the native Spanish speakers who are also Spaniards, part Spaniards, left the Philippines in World War II. So they moved back to Spain. A lot of them moved back to Spain or South America or Mexico because of World War II. But yeah, there's a lot of factors why Spanish died in the Philippines. So we cannot blame just one entity why it died. Do you happen to know how widespread Chavacana was in Cavite under Spanish rule? I'm curious since I'm not sure to the extent of how widespread it is, but from what I know, it was a widespread language in Cavite, and not just Cavite. There's also Chabacano in Manila, in Ermita. So it just really just not died, but the numbers dwindled. But yeah, I'm not sure to the exact extent of how widespread it is, but from what I know, it was very extensive and widespread before, or before Americans came. But yeah, the Chabacano too is there's a lot of varieties of Chabacano, and it's not just one single language. It's a result of the contact between the native language in this specific area and the Spanish language. So in the case of Cavite, it would be Tagalog and Spanish. And in the case of Zamboanga, the native language is Zamboanga and Spanish. So there's not even Chabacano is you know the same. Yeah. So yes, like what Calabi said, it evolved independently, but there are indeed similarities in the development. Thanks. I like this interaction in the comments too. Yes. Yeah, like I said, there's also Chabacano in Manila, Metro Manila that disappeared. Okay. Now combine questions that I missed from earlier. Um, Okay, this is a question from Anthony from earlier, but I think Anthony's still here. Was there any indication that the rulers of Tondo articulated in both Kapampangan and Tagalog? Most likely. So when the Spaniards came, the language in Luzon, the what we call the Kingdom of Luzon, historically speaking, was not the entire island of Luzon, but mostly the central Luzon region and southern Luzon. And when the Spaniards came, there's two predominant language in what was known as Kingdom of Luzon, and it was Kapampangan and Tagalog. And unknown to many, if you actually look at the data that the Spaniards gathered, Kapampangan was actually the predominant one, not Tagalog. So it is likely that the rulers of Tondo and Manila spoke both Kapampangan and Tagalog, because if you also look at the genealogy, they have Kapampangan blood, and they ruled over Tagalog people. So they would they would need to speak both. Um, yeah, and actually, speaking of genealogy, a lot of people are like, oh, if what do you call this? A lot of people doubt why Kapampangans are what I'm trying to say. Para ba ito sabihin? What I'm trying to say is that if you trace the genealogies of the rulers of Tondo and Manila, a lot of their ancestry points to Pampanga, or the Kapampangan speaking people. And then if you actually trace their descendants today, we are the descendants of the Lakans and the Rajas of Maynila and the Lakans of Tondo, the vast majority of their descendants are Kapampangan clans. So it's not this is recorded in by the Spaniards as well. So the point is they spoke both Tagalog and Kapampangan, in my opinion. Yeah. So to answer the question, they spoke Kapampangan and Tagalog. Yes. But yeah, in terms of back then, according to the Spanish data that was collected when they conquered Luzon, was that um, the language spoken to the south of the Pasig River was different from the language spoken to the north, and in so Tagalog was spoken predominantly in the south, and Kapampangan was predominantly in the north. But then, if you look at the number, the data, and the census, there's more people who lived in the north than the south of the Pasig River. So that's why the predominant language back then in what was known as the Kingdom of Luzon was Kapampangan, in my opinion, as a historian and as a culture bearer. And people tend to say like, "Oh, you only say that because you're Kapampangan." Excuse me. I'm part Tagalog and part Kapampangan. I'm not really, but if anything, when I was younger, I actually thought it was predominantly Tagalog until I found more resources that points to the other direction. If that makes sense. What was the extent of bilingual ability? There were actually more. Our ancestors were more multilingual than we are today. They knew the value of speaking different languages back then. Yeah. So again, in Luzon, the population spoke Kapampangan and Tagalog, or what we now call Kapampangan and Tagalog, but they also understood Bahasa, for example. Some of them also understood Sanskrit. Some of them, um, there's even what do you call this? Of course, some of them would also understand Chinese and Japanese, because their Japanese and Chinese were also present. So our ancestors were very multilingual, and they actually appreciated being bilingual compared to how it is today in the Philippines, where if you don't speak English or Tagalog, you're not smart. That made sense. Okay. Can you add into this? Oh yeah, into this. What was the relationship with the groups in Spanish? Like, very close and well treated by the Spanish. Well, one reason why the Spaniards were treated Kapampangans closely and well was because they relied on the Kapampangan forces to help augment the lack of Spanish forces in the Philippines. For example, again, when the Dutch invaded the Philippines in the 1600s, it was the Kapampangan Navy that defeated the Dutch under Spanish colonialism. But in the actual fighting, it was the Kapampangans who defeated the Dutch. Um, but yeah, so they relied heavily on Kapampangans, one for defense of their new colony, and two because of food. So Central Luzon, Pampanga back then used to stretch from the province of Pampanga used to include Bulacan, parts of Bataan, Tarlac, Nueva Ecija, So this huge plains in Central Luzon was the most productive agriculturally in the Philippines. They don't rely on, some agricultural lands rely on one crop per year, but in Central Luzon there's a lot of crop cycles that's going on. That, long story short, Central Luzon, or what was then the vast La Pampanga province, provided the food for the colony. So if the harvest in Pampanga failed, the Spanish colonial Philippines would starve. So they relied heavily with the Kapampangans in terms of producing food and in terms of defending the islands, from other European invaders. So that's why they treated the Kapampangans fairly, or like, well, better than other ethnic groups in the Philippines. Um, I'm not exactly sure how the relationship was between the Ilocanos and the Spaniards. It's not in my expertise, but in terms of Kapampangan being well treated, it's because they well two important things that they had to that they that the Spaniards needed to survive in the Philippines was food and, security, and the Kapampangans provided that, and without the Kapampangans, it would not have, you know yeah. And then before this, it was actually the Visayas that they favored. So when they were in Cebu and in the Visayas, it was, that. And then, of course, the Spaniards used that as a divisive tactic to keep everybody fighting. Did that answer the question? Yeah. So um as much as I do know quite a lot too about history of other parts of the Philippines. It's just that, I'd rather defer to the people who are, who grew up in that culture, and who are more expert in that field. So yeah. Ta-da-da. Do you know of any good resources for traditional Filipino clothing, or something that looks cool, drawing purposes? It depends. Not a lot of it is published. So it depends on the culture and tradition you're trying to depict. So if you want to depict Maranao culture, you need to talk and learn more from the Maranao culture bearers, or Magindanaoan if you're into Maguindanao culture. So it depends on the ethnic group you're trying to. There's no such thing as one ethnic group in the Philippines. But I guess you already knew that. But I'm trying to say is that, if you want to be authentic and accurate in depicting genuine traditional clothing from the Philippines, you need to really, first decide what you're trying to depict, and then talk to the people who are experts in it, who grew up in it, not just, what is written in the books, but also what is passed down as a living tradition. So, like, for example, what I pass, or what I post on Instagram, what I wear, are mostly based on the living traditions that were passed down. These are not, there are some references on the books, but if you don't, if it wasn't passed down, then those references are just mere like text, if that made sense. Like, for example, there are references on what asalampe is in some books, but there's just mere description. But if you don't really have elders who kept the tradition alive, then you wouldn't know how to wear it, properly. Um, so what I post on Instagram is mostly what I, was taught by my elders, and what was passed down to me by my elders. At the same time verifying it with what is written. So sadly, there's no such book, or, one resource that could answer the question. But yeah, it depends on the culture. But thanks for asking, and hopefully I see your drawing soon. Hopefully you get talk show in GMA, so you can reach more Filipinos. Let's see. Hopefully, knock knock kaya na, sa mga owners ng GMA, or kay Miss Jessica So. Excuse me. Hi, Ma'am Jessica. May mga nananawagan po na kung gusto niyo akong bigyan ng palabas sa GMA. Thank you. I do hope so too. Yes, so at first they were in Cebu and then they moved to Manila. And to answer the question, what language the Spanish natives in the Philippines used when they first met, um, it was answered in the comments. Yeah, excuse me. Uubo na naman ako. Yeah, so they use Bahasa Melayu upon their first contact. So Enrique de Malacca was a translator and a slave under Magellan, and he was the one who was the translator to the natives in Visayas that spoke Bahasa Melayu. So if you think about it, for those who are not aware, Bahasa Melayu in the 1500s was like English now in terms of trade in Asia. They use Bahasa Melayu as a the lingua franca when it comes to trading in different parts of Southeast Asia. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, the Visayas was very favored by the Spanish. Yeah, so for those who are, what do you call this? So we shouldn't see colonialism too as a black and white thing. There's a reason why, like what Calobis is saying. A lot of the people in Panay sided with the Spaniards because they were able to help them defend themselves against the Moro raids. So it depends. And the thing is, the Spaniards used these to really conquer the Philippines. They used the Visayas to conquer Luzon. People don't know that. Excuse me. And then they used Kapampangans to fight Ilocanos, to fight people in the Visayas. So they really pit our people against each other. It's not that there's no division back then. There was, but the Spanish really, you know, made it worse so that they could easily weaken the different ethnic groups in the Philippines. But yeah, just also for those who are not aware, yeah, first they made Cebu the capital of the Spanish colonial enterprise in the Philippines because they conquered Cebu. But then when they were running out of food, they moved to Panay, and then after that they moved to Manila. Excuse me. Let me grab something really quick from my cuff. Okay, I'm back, and hopefully I won't cough as much. But if spoke too soon. Sorry. Okay. Hey, wait lang. Hello. Saan na ba tayo? I'm back. Yeah. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, there's a lot of comments. Uh, Kuya, did Filipinos use silk for their clothing? Yes, we use silk. We had our own. Actually, Tondo used to also. Tondo was pre-colonially. Tondo was well known for its distinctive red silk, red with threads of gold. That was said to be a Tondo trademark back then. But yeah, we used silk. Our barongs back then, or baro, were back then were made of silk too. Some of them were made. Some of them made of cotton. Some of them made of silk. Excuse me. Oh, thank you. Calo V's. Honestly, I wish Kirby can become bigger. A lot of Philippine history videos are big now. Makuya is one of the few reliable historians on YouTube. Thank you. Maraming salamat. It's also why I take time to make my videos para reliable. Salamat. Maraming salamat. Hopefully, 2022 will be a good year for you. Thank you. Maraming salamat. Hopefully din. Sana hindi na ako inuubo. Sana hindi na ako ubuhin pagdating ng bagong taon in bukas dito. Thank you. Do you love lantakas too? Yes, of course. I don't have one, but if I had one, I would put it behind me, but I don't have one. Can you clarify the difference between dialect and language, possibly controversial? Is Indonesian a dialect of Malaysian or Portuguese dialect of Spanish? Um, um, the I made a video about this a long time ago, a long time ago. But long story short, a dialect is a variation of the same language. But in terms of the context of the Philippines, to explain this is that Tagalog speakers and Kapampangan speakers, if, for example, if I'm a Tagalog speaker and I do not speak Kapampangan and I talk to a Kapampangan speaker, if it's a dialect, then I would still understand Kapampangan. But if it's a language, then I wouldn't understand Kapampangan, if that makes sense. Sorry. So for example, a dialect would be the Tagalog spoken in Batangas is a Tagalog dialect that is different from the dialect of Tagalog spoken but in Bulacan, in Manila. And even in Kapampangan, even though today there's less Kapampangan speakers, excuse me, the Kapampangan spoken in Upland, Pampanga, where I was born in Angeles, is different from the Kapampangan spoken in the what we call Mauli, or the southern, the delta region of Pampanga, like Masantol or Macabebe. and it's even different from the older dialect of Kapampangan that exists in Bataan. So dialect is something it's controversial, yeah. But to answer the question, if Indonesian is the dialect of Malaysian, it's I'm not going to answer that because I'm not an expert in that. But I do know that what is Bahasa Melayu back then is now two different Bahasa Melayu that exist: Bahasa Melayu in Malaysia and Bahasa Indonesia in Indonesia. But I'm not going to answer that controversial question. But in terms of Portuguese being a dialect of Spanish, it's not. In a way, it's not, because Portuguese developed by its developed alongside what we now call Spanish, and what we now call Spanish is actually Castilian. Not actually, there's actually a lot of languages in Spain. People don't know. There's actually a lot even in Spain. There's a lot of languages that exist in Spain. There's Catalan, um, Aragonese, Basque. My roots from Basque, Galician. Um, Castilian is the Spanish that we know as Spanish today around the world. But yeah, I wouldn't say Portuguese is a dialect of Spanish, because they did develop quite separately, but next to each other, if that makes sense. Excuse me. If you want to learn more, I'm pretty sure there's other linguists out there who can explain it better than I can. Okay, AJ Hausa, why is it Filipinos did more receive Western culture, mainly Hispanic culture, while the other Asians colonized by Western, like the Dutch, Indonesian, did not receive more Western culture? Well, for one, the Philippines was colonized by Spain far longer than Indonesia was colonized by the Dutch. So the Philippines was a colony for 333 years by Spain. Let me double check. Excuse me. Where is it? But anyways, the point is, the Philippines was a colony of Spain far longer than Indonesia was a colony of the Dutch. So there's that alone tells us that Spaniards had more time in influencing our culture than the Dutch had more time in influencing Indonesian culture. And two, the type of colonialism that the Spaniards did is different from the type of colonialism that the Dutch did. The Spaniards were more concerned about religion. They're more concerned about um, the Catholic Church, and of course trade. But the Dutch are mostly concerned about trade. So for the Spaniards, they were more focused on really changing our culture to fit the Spanish Empire, while the Dutch, they didn't really change Indonesian culture, because all they wanted from Indonesia is trade. So it's a long. This is a short version of my explanation, but yeah, one, the Philippines was a colony of the Spanish for far longer than Indonesia was a colony of the Dutch. And two, the Dutch style of colonialism is very different from the Spanish, because the Spanish again was focused on the spreading the Catholic faith, as opposed to the Dutch. They're not even Catholic, so they didn't care about spreading their faith. They're more concerned about making money out of Indonesia and exploiting Indonesia's resources to make the Netherlands rich back then. Excuse me. While the Spaniards was more focused on the cultural aspect of it, the religious aspect of it. Where are we? There's a competition going on. Us. Okay. A lot of Filipinos are pushing pre-colonial Philippines, but actually colonial Philippines was just as rich, and a lot of us don't know the nuance during that time. I agree. A lot of people, excuse me. A lot of people. Well, what I'm trying to say is that colonial Philippines is equally deserving of studying and equally deserving of appreciation as pre-colonial Philippines. The reason for me, I focus a lot on pre-colonial Philippines because that's my field that I'm researching on, and also because for me there's less studies in pre-colonial Philippines. It doesn't mean that I don't. It doesn't mean that I think colonial Philippines is not as rich as pre-colonial Philippines. But yeah, I agree with Macalobis is saying that that colonial Philippines is actually underappreciated. I also agree that colonial Philippines is quite underappreciated. A lot of Filipinos don't really understand what happened during colonial Philippines, and how you know how the culture was back then, and how um, yeah, and follow up then Calubis. Even if you look at artworks of Filipino people or people in the Philippines during the 1800s, we still just dress very similar to the people in Indonesia. That is also true. Yeah. Yes, we wore salakots and sarongs as our shoulders and waist. So it's not exactly true that we were, our it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not the same. Excuse me. But yeah, in terms of colonial Philippines, there's actually a lot that we can learn from colonial Philippines. It doesn't mean that we're gonna forget about what happened in the colonial Philippines. Um, yeah, yeah. There's also a common explanation of dialect and language. And language is a Navy and Army, and dialect does not. It's a funny joke that linguists say, but for people who do not understand the difference, this is kind of confusing for them. So yeah, yes. If you are a leader in the Philippines, what would you do? A lot. Will change a lot of things. Even the way we respond to typhoons, I will change that because yeah, there's a lot I want to change. Oh, cool. Skippy can speak four languages: Hiligaynon, Cebuano, Tagalog, English, and hoping to learn Korean and Japanese soon. Oh, cool. So you'll have four languages. So yes, the religious hegemony, like what the Spaniards did in the Philippines, it really does a lot to our culture because of how much of daily life it affects. Yes, so in terms of affecting and influencing daily life in the Philippines, Spaniards of did a lot of influence to affect the daily life of the Filipinos or the people in the Philippines, as opposed to how the Dutch were not as involved in the daily life of Indonesians back then. Oh, and dahil pa palang comment and hindi ko nakita. Yes, thanks for bringing it up. Thanks for bringing this up, Anthony. It is interesting to note that during the early days of Spanish colonization, Spain was just fresh out of the conquista. So, for those who are not aware, the conquista literally means to reconquer. Para sa Tagalog, sa hupin ulit. Because for hundreds of years, Spain was actually under Muslim rule, and when they reached the Philippines, they barely got out of that. They barely reconquered what used to be their land or before it became Muslim. Um, so yeah, it's interesting. That's also why we call Muslims in the Philippines the Spaniards called them Moros, because that's what they called the Muslims in Spain back then, from northern Africa, the Moors. Yeah, so they barely touch upon pre-colonial Philippines even today in schools in the Philippines. Excuse me. Yeah, this is a common thing. Oh yeah, I should have brought this up. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, people forget that the Gohari Revolt started from an extreme conflict, a duel, because his brother died from a duel, and the priest, wouldn't give his brother proper Christian burial. That is true. I should have mentioned that last night because we did talk about martial arts last night with the martial artist and the collector of Filipino artifacts, Jacob Ira. Excuse me. Um, I just have a cough. Does the pre-colonial Philippines resemble Indian society? Yes and no. There's parts of our culture that was, influenced by Indian culture or Hindu Buddhist culture, but no. Um, it resembles a lot of the culture in Southeast Asia, but it doesn't resemble exactly Indian society. It also depends on which part of India you're talking about, because just like the Philippines, India is even far more diverse. So or yeah, or equally diverse if anything, or far more diverse. Yeah, for example, the Gujarati society is different from the Punjabi society, and it's different from the Tamil society in Sri Lanka, and different, from the culture in other parts of India. So yes, there's Indian influences, but yeah. Um, Kalobis can speak Tagalog, Kilinganon, my mother tongue, and Kinaray. Ah, wow, yay! Can understand Sabar to a high degree, and of course English. So one, two, three, almost five. Excuse me. Oh yeah, yeah. People forget that Spain was colonized longer than Spain. The Moors had control over the what is now Spain for 800 years. Yes, yeah, that is so true. A lot of Spanish words are actually from Arab, like guitarra from kitara. Oh wow. Um, so I'll stay on for maybe 10 more minutes, because it's almost midnight here, and I have to wake up. I have an early morning tomorrow. Um, yeah. So you have any last questions? Let me know in the next few minutes. Why did the Spanish colonizers call the native resident of the archipelago Indio? Indio just means native, so it doesn't. Even the natives in Mexico were called Indio. Even the natives in other parts of the Spanish colonies were called Indio. So it literally just means native, because they're natives of the people, or the native people of the island. If you are leader of the Philippines, would you make the military look pre-colonial soldiers? No, because it wouldn't make sense anymore to wear the same armor, because the technology is different than what is needed now. But if I was president, if I were the president of the Philippines or leader of the Philippines, then I would, if anything, I would infuse influences from pre-colonial traditions into how they would appear. But I'm not gonna make them look exactly like the pre-colonial soldiers, because that wouldn't make sense in the present day war. Because we need better armors, for example. The weapons back then are different from the weapons now. From Tenku as one. Oh, hey, Terimakasi from joining. Sir, can I know that what is the name of the history of the red traditional Filipino headgear? It depends on the culture, or which part of the Philippines. In my culture, the Kapampangan, the one I wear in my pictures is a putong in Kapampangan, and it's and putong in Kapampangan is something that not everybody can wear. Only um, um, the upper class can wear at the putong, and the lower class have a different headgear called tubatub. So yeah, the one I wear is a putong, and it's different for different parts of the Philippines. In some parts of the Philippines, a red putong means that you've killed your enemy. Amy, hello, nice to see you here. Are you working on anything like another book? Yes, I'm finishing two books actually. That was supposed to I was supposed to release earlier this year. Um, but earlier I mentioned the illustrator, the artist I'm working closely with my books, got COVID in the last couple this year, so we had to backtrack or slow down or halt the production of the book, and now we're back on track. And yeah, so I was supposed to release two new books this year, but hopefully early next year. But yeah. Yes. Actually, let me just show. For folks who are just joining us now, let me just show the other books that I was gonna on my website, even though it's not exactly available yet. Hey, how do I share screen again? Oh, there we go. Excuse me. Yeah, these two. There you go. So those are the preview of the two books that I'm working on. One is about the over 30 examples of fierce women from ancient Southeast Asia, so warrior princesses, warrior queens, um, martyrs who sacrificed their life to save their people. Because there's a lot of pre-colonial women in Southeast Asia that are actually amazing. So I've collected 32 of them in this book. So that will be out soon. And then the other one is what they never told you about, the discovery of the Philippines. Yeah, that is also coming out soon. And although the art is chibi art, which is cute and um, um, it's not a children's book. It could be read by children, but it's not exactly a children's book. It's I just use chibi art because one, I love chibi art because they're so cute, and also to make it more appealing to the younger generation. But it doesn't necessarily mean these are children's book. Yeah, adults can also read this. But yeah, these are previews of the two books that I'm finishing in the next coming month or so. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well, Amy. I hope thank you. I hope I don't have COVID too. I don't think I do. But I'll get tested. Don't worry. Were there Philippine culture societies where disabled members were accepted or held in high regard, like in the case of Native Americans? From what I know, in pre-colonial Kapampangan culture, disabled folks are not discriminated upon. I'm not sure to what extent they were regarded highly, but they were not looked down upon. If that made sense. Drink hot chocolate. Yes, I will. I'll try to make that traditional hot chocolate from Angeles, from where I was born. Batirul is what we call it. And yes, what Calabis is sharing, some disabilities back then can be considered as blessings. Yes. Did the Rajas wear crowns? What are the royal regalia of the ruling monarch that signify their power? One is the putong, depending on how elaborately decorated the putong is. That's how they signified the Raja's power or the crown. We also had crown, also called putong in Kapampangan. There's actually I call wisdom, or like a saying in Kapampangan, or how to explain this. There's a certain way to wear traditional Kapampangan crowns, gold crowns, back in pre-colonial society that the lesson still exists today. If I'm, how to explain this? Um, I need my elders' help to explain this in English. But there's a certain way to wear pre-colonial Kapampangan crowns back then, where the thing is that it's when you put it on, you cannot bow because the crown will fall forward, but you also cannot what do you call this? How to explain this? So you have to stand a certain way to wear the traditional Kapampangan crowns pre-colonially. So it what do you call this? You cannot, how to explain this? Let me try in Tagalog. So yung pagsuot mo ng corona ng mga sinaunang Kapampangan noon, the way you wear it, hindi ka pwedeng yumuko kasi mahuhulog sa harap. Hindi ka rin pwedeng magmataas, magmalaki, gumanon kasi mahuhulog sa likod. So you have to be balanced and stuff. I don't know how to explain it in English, or I don't even know if I explain it in Tagalog well, but Let me know if you understood what I'm trying to say. Uh, Sweet. Thank you, Amy, about the books. Yes, I'm also excited about the books. I can't wait to finish them. I've been trying to finish them. Thank you. Cannot wait. Thanks. Um, um, are the books available on Amazon? Yes. So the current books that I have available are also available on Amazon. So if you have Amazon, you can get it on Amazon. But if not, I still, you should still get it from my website or from Lulu, because Amazon is an entirely different story. It's a last resort. And if you do get it from Amazon, please leave me a good review. Will it be available in the Philippines? Yes, I'm hopefully soon. So earlier this year I was in talks with some potential partners in the Philippines about that. Those plans fell through or fell apart, and so now I'm talking to a different group of people who might be able to help me make it available in the Philippines. So salamat, Darwin. Hopefully soon. Were Filipino warriors common or depends on the region? They were pretty common, but again, yeah, it also depends on the region. Well, I can't speak for other parts of the Philippines, but in Kababangan, Philippine or women warriors were common, as it's also common in the Visayas, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I would say it's pretty common, but I'm not sure to how extent in other parts. And again, in Pangasinan, we have other women warrior traditions there too. Not just Urduha, but other ones too. Thank you. I like ginger tea. Yes, I have a ginger tea too. Citron tea from Korea, or the Korean one is over there. Um, oh yes, this is what I'm trying to say earlier. You cannot raise your chin too high, or in a way, it's like metaphorical of like when you wear a crown, it, it's a big responsibility. You cannot shrink yourself because it would fall, and you also cannot raise your chin too high that you look down on people because it will also fall. So yeah, oh my gosh, there's a lot of comments. There is. In Kapampangan is also opo or po in Kapampangan. So it's not just Tagalog. There were gendered roles, but it's not as strict. If I made sense. Yeah. So usually the spiritual leaders were women, and the warrior was usually men. But whenever there's a women warrior, it's not entirely bad or new. It's common to choose your or to to have fluid gender roles. There are some that are I hope it makes sense. There are gendered roles, but they're not strict. That's the short answer. And again, the region would also um, depend on the region too. Yeah, that's not a good question. Um, cool. Oh wow, I'm reaching the end of our live stream. I can't. Wow, it's been 4 hours. I did not feel like it's been 4 hours. It does not feel like it. But yeah, maraming salamat. I'm gonna end soon. So if you have any last minute thoughts or comments, send it our way. I also I'm gonna try to go back to some of the comments I bookmarked earlier that I don't think I answered everything yet. I think I answered that already. Okay. Oh, new comments. Happy New Year. Maraming bagong taon sa inyong lahat. Thank you. Happy New Year, Kuya Kirby. Keep spreading knowledge. Not virus, knowledge. um, thank you, Anthony. Thank you for staying. Till next time, yes. Masapla lang ba yung manual kaya kadati? Dakala, salamat kay Rafael Agipo. Salamat po. Salamat din for joining. I'm not leaving yet. I'm still here for another few minutes. So, but thanks. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time too, for staying with me all this 4 hours. Malipayong, oh wait, oops. Not all Ari speak Visayan language, so I consider the Visayan did not go to. Okay. Malipayong bagong tuwig. I actually don't know if that's Hiligaynon or Cebuano. I forgot which one is which. Malipayong bagong tuwig sa inyong tanan. Happy New Year to all of you. Mikababang, masabdalang bayong may mga kaibigan. Have a prosperous New Year to all of you. Oh, cool. What are some traditional New Year traditions with native roots? Good question. Maybe I'll get back to this. I'll have to check. I don't want to say something and it's wrong, so I'll check. Pa-shoutout na lang po ulit, Sir Kirby. Oh, hey. Okay, Armada Ana de la Cruz. Hello. Welcome back. You were here earlier, I remember. Lapit na din ako makapag-birthday. Oh, yay. Happy birthday and Happy New Year. Yes. Salamat din sa yung walang sawang pagtuturo ng kasaysayan. So for those who do not know, Hermana Ana de la Cruz is actually a history teacher in the Philippines. So yes. And also an artist. She has a lot of great arts about our bayani. So check it out. Mabuhay. Thank you. Happy New Year, 916. Hey, 916, are you around here in Sacramento? Yes, I'm about to go soon, so yes. But yeah. Do you do fireworks and celebrations? Yes. Yes, they do have pre-colonial roots. Malipay ng bagong tuwig in Hiligaynon. Salamat din. Yes, I'm planning to do more live streams in the future. I'm not sure. Well, this last 2 weeks, I did it Monday to Thursday, both weeks. And that's a lot. I enjoyed it, but I don't think I can do it, every day in the next year. But maybe once or twice, once a week or twice a month for sure. Okay. Maybe I'll answer this one. Who is your favorite Raja of Manila? Who is my favorite King of Manila? I would say Raja Matandá. Not because I'm related to him. Well, I'm related to all the Rajas of Manila, but I choose Raja Matandá because he went through a lot. he's underrated actually in Philippine history. He was once the most powerful king in the Philippines at one point in Luzon at least. And what do you call this? He met the Spaniards in 1521 when he was still a young prince when Magellan died. And then he also went to war. Raja Matanda or Raja Matanda is my favorite. If I have to choose a favorite Raja of Manila, it would be Raja Matanda because of the wisdom he acquired and the wisdom. Actually, for those who do not know, people tend to think that Raja Matanda's name, Raja Matanda's name, just means old because Matanda in Tagalog today it means old. But that's actually not the meaning of his name. In Kapampangan, Tanda or Matanda is to remember a lot, to be wisdomful. So his name is actually, according to oral traditions, is not Old King. That's just the literal translation. But the more accurate why they called him Matandá was not because he was old, but because he was full of wisdom, because he was the eldest king in Luzon back then, and everybody sought his advice. So he is the most wisdomful king in Manila's history. And yeah, Matanda does not mean old. It means full of wisdom. Matanda. Kaya in Kapampangan, for example, do you remember? Atatanda na me. Or actually in Tagalog too, tanda. Natatandaan mo pa ba? Do you still remember? So yeah, his name, it does not mean old. Although he is the old king in Spanish. That's what they said. But yeah, anyways, that's the answer to the question. Happy, wait, what? Once or twice a month would be less stressful too. Yes, thanks. Happy New Year, Kang. Thank you as one. Sukar, Sukarnay. Did I mention? I mean, did I pronounce that right? But is it? Tenku means prince or princess. Cool. Thank you. Thank you as one. Terima kasih. Right? If I'm not mistaken, Tengu means prince or princess or your highness. So thank you, your highness. Terima kasih. Yay! Salamat Tahun Baru is how you say Happy New Year in Bahasa. Yes, this I was trying to say earlier. Raja Matanda as a title means wise king. Yeah, not just old, but wise. Okay. Cool. I have a few more minutes and then I'm gonna hop off. So thank you again for joining. Maraming salamat. And of course, tonight and this week's live stream is a fundraiser for NAFCON's Bayanihan response to Typhoon Odette to help our kababayans in the Visayas who are in need of assistance and support after the typhoon. So please, if you have spare change to donate, please visit nafconusa.org. Or actually, there's a tiny URL. It's easier to find. tinyurl.com/2021 typhoons to donate to our kababayans back in the Visayas and Mindanao and Palawan who are, ravaged by the recent typhoon. Excuse me. A few more questions. Have you read? Oops. Well, I'm not really sure. Wait, about you or about me? Not sure what you mean by that. But question I was gonna answer is yes, I've read the book Americas in the Heart by Carlos Bulosan. Yes, I have a copy here. Yeah. It's a staple reading. It's a required reading in ethics studies, and I did ethics studies, and I also used to work at UC Davis, where it's a required reading. And I usually am the one who bulk orders the book for our readers, for our students and teachers. Maybe, yeah, that's a good idea. A video on the late William Henry Scott. Cool. Okay, I think I got most of the questions from earlier too. I'm trying to see if I really missed something because there was a lot of questions earlier. But yes, masablalang bayang banwa to everyone. Happy New Year to everyone. Actually, the actual translation is have a prosperous New Year to everyone. Is there any book that you recommend to read about Pinoy migrants? There's a lot. I can't think of exact ones right now, but America's in the Heart is one of them. Little Manila is in the Heart is also a great one, by the late Don Mabalon. So yeah, those are two are definitely in my reading list, recommended reading list about Filipino migrants. Would you ever do a video Philippines timeline? Maybe. I thought about it, but it's just it's a lot of times to be included in there. I tend to add details too, so it's hard for me to do an overview videos because I tend to put more details in, and it gets longer and longer. Yes, debunking many. Yeah, that could be a series of videos. Yes. Yes. Yeah, in terms of the timeline, it's just hard for me because I want to add a lot of details sometimes. So wait, I missed something. What did I miss? Is there any YouTube videos that about the Philippines that you recommend aside from the ones in your channel? Yeah. The ones by Xiao Chua's videos. Xiao Chua also has a channel on YouTube, so check it out. Most of it is in Tagalog, if not all. What else? I know Ambeto Campo is also doing YouTube soon. Um, yeah, it depends on the subject. People think I don't like Johnny Harris's how the U.S. told the Philippines. I actually like it. I just added comments on what he missed and what I can add as context, but it doesn't mean I don't like it. I actually recommend that video to watch too. Good luck to you if you ever do a timeline video. Sounds like impossible to make. Thanks. Hi, sir. Books available in ebook format soon. 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 The conversion is taking a long time than expected, but soon. I think Philippine timeline would blow up in TikTok or in Facebook. Yeah, but then again, TikTok is short video format, so it's not even gonna fit in one TikTok or two. But since it is midnight here, is December 31 here in the US now, and December 31 in the Philippines. I just want to greet my dad. Happy birthday to my father, who is currently in the Philippines. Happy birthday. Hope to see you soon. Love you. Thank you for your time and efforts. Thank you. Thank you. Salamat, salamat. Oh shit, I'm seeing all the comments from both Facebook and YouTube. Sige. Yeah. Take care. Happy birthday to my dad. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna sign off in 6 minutes. So I see some questions that it's kind of complicated to answer in the next 6 minutes. So maybe in the future I can answer those questions. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. I'm just looking at the other questions I bookmarked if I missed anything. Oh, cool. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you for your quick Kirby. It wasn't for your videos. My art wouldn't go anywhere purposely. Oh, thanks. I'm thinking about bringing life Filipino cultural heritage. Oh, thank you. Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat. For folks who are not aware, Joshua is a great artist, so check out Joshua's artwork. I linked it in the comments earlier. Joshua makes this silk paintings on silk, watercolor paintings on silk. So that's a feat in itself. So daghang salamat. Uh, my content spoilers on what? Sorry. Tungkol saan ang content spoilers? Oh yeah. Earlier I showed the dragons, the spoiler on the Bakunawa. And I also mentioned the Japanese pre-colonial relations with the Filipinos or the Luzones. That's a spoiler too of an upcoming video. Um, yeah, those are some spoilers. Let us all get some rest. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat. Dakala salamat. Happy New Year. Again, I see a lot of questions that I could probably answer in future live streams or future videos. So I'm sorry if I cannot answer them right now. But yes, maraming salamat. Pong salamat kay Holland. Oh, and it's also going to be my last video of the year. So thank you everybody for joining. I'm not going to be able to make another video for this year. So the next video you'll see from me is from 2022. So maraming salamat. Salamat is universal. No. No. In Ilocano it's agyaman or agyamanak, but not salamat. Although it's common to a lot of languages, but not universal. Ah. I can expect a new video from you next week, next month, next year. Just kidding. It is next year though. Tama, next year. Um, what do you call this? Yeah, next year. Hopefully the first week of January, if not the second week for sure. To, I'll try to do one by the first week of January. But for sure, the mid January for sure. I used to want to make a video every week. or twice a week even at one point. Pero mahirap. I write my own videos. I record and edit my own videos. So yeah. Oh no, I think I froze. Can you still hear me? Because I think my camera is no longer working. It's really not working anymore. Oh no, my camera gave up. Let me switch to it. Okay, you can't see me anymore, but you can still hear me. So happy 2022. Post more of your traditional clothing. Probably steal them for drawing references. Yeah, feel free to steal, not steal, but feel free to use them for inspirations for your drawings. And if you have questions, you can also reach out to me. I'll try to guide. I've I help other artists too when they reach out to me. Okay, so my camera is there. Is it working now? Ayan, it's back, but I'm also gonna log out soon because late na at my camera is also no longer. It stopped working earlier. Nandito lang ako, nawala lang yung camera. But yeah, I'm gonna log off soon kasi past midnight na and I have an early morning tomorrow to prepare for New Year's Eve. As a Kapampangan, I cook my own New Year's Eve festivities. Yeah, Kuya. Oh, thank you. Yes, I'll rest now. I know my camera rested before I did. My camera gave up before I did. Yes, my camera is telling me to rest. Tulog na po. Yes, thank you. Maraming salamat, especially to the folks who stayed in the last 4 hours and 32 minutes. Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat. Dakalpong salamat. Excuse me. And good night for those in the US and good afternoon for those in the Philippines. Wait, where's yeah. Thank you. How many donations did we gather? Oh yeah, I don't have because right now the live count is not showing the most accurate numbers yet. Um, so yeah, maybe I'll give more details about the donations in the next coming weeks because it's an ongoing um, um, fundraiser. So far in the last 2 weeks that I did that we're doing this, we raised over $20,000 na, over 1 million pesos na, and we've already sent money to our partners, the grassroots organizations doing a lot of the relief work in Leyte, in Samar, in Cebu, in Bohol. So we already sent money there. So yeah, so far over 1 million pesos na. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng nag-donate sa aking live stream fundraiser. Thank you. Salamat. Sige. Thank you. Oh, there are some questions that let me see. Rafael Aguipo is asking anything more interesting to tell me about royalty. Yes, there's a lot, but I don't have time anymore. So maybe next time. Gabriel Gatbonton, also a royal from a royal family. Gatbonton of what was the name of Lakandúlâ? The brother of Raja's Matandá and Suleiman. I mentioned this last time in 2 days ago in the live stream. His name is actually Bunao. His proper name is Bunao, or given name is Bunao, and Lakandúlâ is the title. Yeah. Same with Matanda. Matanda's actual name is Ache, and his title is Matanda, meaning the wise king. But yeah, I wish I can answer more of the questions. But yeah, maraming salamat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dakalpong salamat. Yeah. I'll answer more of the questions about. Maybe I'll do a live stream about royalty, since a lot of people have been asking me about royalty titles, what it means, and who are they, who are the existing royal families that are still alive today. There's a lot, actually. Yeah. Like this question, maybe I'll answer this. Actually, if you want to learn more about this, there's an entire chapter in my book that answers your question. Where is it? Yeah, there's an entire chapter that answers this question with some artworks. But yeah, I wish I could answer more, but yes, I'm so sorry. I have to log off. It's been 4 hours and 35 minutes now. Wow, this is the longest live stream I've done. So maraming salamat. Dakal pong salamat. Dakal. Nabubula na ako. Dakal pong salamat kay ko. Daghang salamat. Terima kasih. Magsukol. Yeah. You can get my book on my website. Where is it? I lost it again. I just had it. Or let me link it to you. There I put in the links where you can buy my books. I actually have a sale. Let me put it on the screen. If I can find the button. There we go. 15% off if you buy it on my website, or you can also get it from Lulu. Okay, I'm trying to find the link. It's also on Lulu. I'll put it in the link. It's also on Amazon. But yeah, hopefully soon it will be available in the Philippines. Okay. Some new questions coming up, but I'm so sorry. I don't have much time. I really have to log out now. It's been more than 4 hours. And, kailangan magpahinga kasi mahaba ang araw ko bukas. Maaga akong gigising. Mararamdaman ko pang gumising bukas. And yeah, Happy New Year to everybody in the Philippines again. Maraming salamat. Masaplalang Bayang Banwa. Manigong Bagong Taon. Yes. Thank you for joining my live stream. And yeah, if you like this live stream or any of my videos and learn a thing or two, please don't forget to subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. And please, if you have the resources to help me make more videos like this, please be my patron. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm gonna launch YouTube membership soon. So similar to Patreon on YouTube, you can be a member of my channel on YouTube soon. So stay tuned for that. Ay, oo nga pala. Ang nakalimutan kong sabihin. So this is probably my last spiel before I let myself rest. Ano ba yun? You know how supporters and followers have like names for themselves, or for the community that you built on YouTube. So I thought about it a long time ago. Wait, do you know what I'm talking about? If people can comment, when and parang paano ba sabihin? Parang sa mga pop stars, what do you call this? For example, the fans of Alaman, they call themselves Magiliw, diba? And on YouTube, it's also a thing where when you build Yes, like a fan name. I don't know if that's how you refer to it, like a fan name, or like for me, it's less of a fan name, but more of a community name that we can call each other. So it's less of a fan name, but more of a, yeah, a community name that I want to kind of, be more connected to my viewers and audience. So you don't have to be a subscriber. I mean, of course, I'd love for you to be a subscriber, but yeah, for my viewers and subscribers, I've thought about this years ago. Actually, I just haven't put it out there yet. But I was thinking of giving a name to our community for those who follow and support my videos and support my work. And I'll type it in the chat. Like army, yes, but I'm part of this. So it's not just a name for my followers, but also I'm part of it. And it's actually I'll put it in the thing. So let me know in the comments in the next few minutes if you know what I mean by this word. Yeah. Sa mga nandito pa, let me know what you think. What do you think about this? What do you know about this word? Excuse me. From the boat. Yes or no? But it has to do with the boat. Does it have to do with Balangay? Yes. Yes. So I was originally thinking of naming, calling ourselves Kabarangay, because, barangay is a tight knit community pre-colonially and even now. But I thought about it and dug deeper. I already knew about this word. I was just thinking like maybe Kabarangay is more familiar with more people, but I decided to choose Kabangka instead. And Kapampangan Kabangka is the one. It could be defined as constituents, but it's more defined as the closer the close the closer knit or tight knit community that a dat of a datu. Does that make sense? I don't know how to explain it properly, but yes. So it's like, yeah, people of the boat. So kabangka meaning you share the same boat. You are part of the same boat. That you're, if you sink, then you all sink. But yeah, you're part of the same boat. You're a tight knit community. Yeah, so that's how Kapampangans used to refer to people within their inner circle of a datu. Yeah, so yeah, and it doesn't. And kabangka was used regardless of the social rank. So a kabangka is a community that revolves around a certain datu, but not necessarily, um, you know, not necessarily Kingsguard, but more like friends, family, supporters of a certain datu. Yeah, yeah. So I was thinking of calling our community the community I'm building that I've been building the last. Yes, so exactly like Barkada, but yeah, but more pre-colonial. But it also has, well, depends on the context. In this context, in what I'm trying to use it um, for my followers and fans on YouTube and Facebook, on social media, and in person, it's more of a and leans toward a barkada, a close knit group of people. Um, but if we talk about pre-colonial, kabangka could also mean um, the again constituents of a datu, politically speaking, or um, the barangay actually. That makes sense. So if anything, what I'm trying to say, what it also entails is that the datu of that certain kabangka group that they call kabangka is also responsible for everybody. If that makes sense. Hopefully, I'm making sense because it's sometimes these concepts from our pre-colonial traditions are hard to translate in English accurately. But yeah, let me know in the comments if you would like to be a kabangka. I'll start a Facebook group soon. Maybe I'll start it now. But yeah, these are for my friends, families, and supporters. Thank you. Yay! Yeah, I'll I'll make the maybe I'll do a special live stream just about being a kabangka. So I was just thinking about that. Like, may army, may magiliw, may atin, or 18. How do you say that? But yeah, so I was thinking, oh, maybe. Yes, our little bangka, not just of historians, but our little bangka that will, um, paddle with me. Thank you. That's also part of it. When you're in the same bangka, you have to work together to reach your destination. Um, so it's not. Let me let me actually double check with my friends, or not my friends, my sources, my elders. I don't. There's a proper way to explain kabangka, but I, but you're a lot of you're getting it. So sabi ni Hermana Ana de la Cruz, sama ako sir, kabangka, hashtag kabangka, Luis Galvan kabangka. Yes, thank you. Yay, people are getting it. So I've been thinking about a community name for us. So it's not just me calling you kabangka, but you can also call me kabangka because we're all in the same boat. And this boat is a boat that for me, it metaphorically speaking, it's a boat that pushes towards a better understanding of our culture and traditions in the Philippines and our history. So it's a bangka that's keeping our histories and traditions and cultures alive and learning a lot from them. Yes, yay! So sabi ni Luis, I will paddle with you. Hermana, sama si Hermana Ana, si Ana, sama daw siya. Nicole, let me. So should we just start the Facebook group now? So at least I can edit later. I just don't have the. When you make a Facebook group, you need to also have rules and regulations in the boat. I mean, in the boat in the Facebook group. But maybe I'll start it now. So for those who are saying that you're interested in joining it now, you can join it now, and then I'll figure out the rules and regulations and how to join or something. Well, it's more like moderating. So for people who want to moderate, help me moderate this group too. Let me know. Oh wait, what? Oh. So I'm sorry, I'm making the Facebook group now. So sa mga interesado, I'll link it in the comments so you can join. Oh yeah, I should have created it under my page. Wait lang, ulit natin. Let's actually delete this group. I made one, but let me do it again under my page. Not really familiar with managing Facebook Facebook groups, so I'm gonna try my best. Or I was gonna name the group on Facebook "Know Our Roots" and then call the members "Kabangka." Does that make sense for people? So para mas so yeah, the name of the group on Facebook would probably most likely be "Know Our Roots" because that it describes the group more, and then "Kabangka" would be what we would call the people in it. Yay, it's making sense. Salamat, everybody. Okay, I'm on my Facebook page. So how do I create a group? Choose privacy, public. Know our roots. History, culture, and everything in between. So it's under my page. Cool. The page is created. It's empty. It's blank. It's just a name and me. So I'll put it in the comments. Join it now. And for the first few people, I don't know how many, I'll give out a free ebook. For the people who are gonna join in the next hour, I'll I'll give you a special PDF ebook present. A chapter from my book. Cool. Join. How did I say this? Angkas na. Just kidding. Ride the boat with me. I've been wanting to announce. I've been wanting to use kabangka as a as a term. I just haven't had the chance to. How do I edit the description of this group? Ayun, edit. What is this? Okay, I still don't know how to use it. Oh, I don't see the end. Yeah, the group is created, so if you join it, I think you can join it now. Oh no, hopefully you get unbanned soon. Ay, nawala. You can click on the link, right? Yeah, we'll figure out my partner saying, join now. We can figure out the logistics after. Yes. Be officially a kabangka today. You can do it by one, subscribing to my channel, and also, of course, joining the Facebook group so we can also communicate beyond my live streams, beyond my videos. So if you want to, we can check in here and there, more consistently if you join the Facebook group. Yes, yes, this is right. Again, I kind of see it. Yes. Join my bangka. Wait, should I call the group Bangka ni Kirby? Isip, 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 isip. Ay, nawala yung browser. Ayun. Yes, matutulog na ako in a few minutes. First, for reals this time. It's almost 5 hours that I'm on. But yes, please click on the link on and be a kabangka. I can't see if people have joined it. Did people join yet? If you have joined the kabangka group or the Know Our Roots group, please let me know so I can double check if it really um, got members. Oh wait, invite members. Wait, do I have to do that first? You can join, right, if you click on the link. Do I have to? Oh, there we go. Add the description. I'll just do this for now. No worries if you can't join right now, especially if you're not active on Facebook. I just chose Facebook as a platform since a lot of Filipinos are on Facebook. But yes. Oh yay, may 10 members na pala. Hindi ko na nakita. Medyo tanga lang sa Facebook. Hindi nakita yung members numbers. But yes, yay! Yeah, oh wow, si Gabriel Pastoral. I remember Gabriel. Kumusta, Gabriel? Ricky Silva, yay! Luis Calvani, Anthony, yay! Cool! Thank you! Marami na pala tayong sumali. Marami na palang sumasali sa ating kabangka. Maraming salamat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, this is my last video for the year, but it doesn't mean it's the end because there's going to be more videos in January, starting in January. Spend time muna with families and loved ones during the holidays, and then I'll get back to making more videos for all of you and finishing the 2 books I showed earlier. Finishing books, live streams. Also, I have, since you stayed for the last 5 hours, might as well give you hints. I've been working on certain projects. I cannot speak about the details yet, but there are some major projects that I'm a part of. So stay tuned. Yun lang. Bawal magsalita kasi baka mademanda ako. But yes, just kidding. Yeah, I'm not kidding. But yes, there's maraming projects. May ilang projects, malalaking projects that I'm part of that's gonna come out. Hopefully soon. I'm not really sure when, but yes. But yeah, please join the Facebook group and be a kabangka. And maraming salamat. Dakal pong salamat. Happy New Year. Masaplanang bayang Manuake Hongan. Manigong bagong taon sa inyo lahat. Have a prosperous New Year's. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Kirby Pábalan Bangka means kabang equals kabangka. Yes. A suggestion from of what do you call this? May mga nag-message ko na sa akin. Yes, please join. There was a suggestion that I got from the DM or PM. So meaning DM is what we call it here, and then PM in the Philippines. Meaning PM, ang suggestion daw niya ay like ko sa comment. Yan yung suggestion, pero suggestion daw para sa Facebook group. Pero yeah, let me know what you think in the comments. But yes, join the group and we'll figure out the logistics later. And of course, I'm going to need the help from moderating the Facebook group. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, again, there's a lot of questions in the comments throughout the last 5 hours that I wasn't able to answer. For the most part, we were able. For the most part, I was able to answer a lot of the questions. For the most of the questions were most of the questions were answered for the most part in the last 5 hours. But there are some questions that I wasn't able to answer. But yes, I will come back for more videos and more live streams. So not just videos. So I was thinking videos and then live stream and then videos and then live streams next year. So yes. Wow, we have 17 members now. Maraming salamat. 17 na pala. I'm not sure if you can see it or feel it, but I'm really genuinely appreciating all your love and support in joining and in supporting my channel and the content that I create. And please, please, please invite your friends and families who are lovers of history, and or if they're not, make them love history again. And yeah, spread the knowledge, spread my videos if you can, not just my videos, but also other resources as well. And also, the Facebook group is a place where we can also exchange resources. Yeah, maraming salamat. Daghang salamat. Thank you. Dakal po salamat. Intawsog magsukol. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another example of a salam or a thank you word that is not salamat in the Philippines. Magsukol in Tausug. Thank you. Oh yeah, tama. Last minute, last 30 seconds or whatever. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please subscribe if you can. Be my patron. Please be my patron. And please, please join the Facebook group that we just created in the last 10 minutes. Thank you. Maraming salamat. Dakala salamat. Good night sa mga taga-US. Good morning na rin pala kasi 1 a.m. na. At good afternoon sa lahat ng mga nasa Pilipinas. Have a prosperous New Year. Enjoy your holidays with your families. And please, please, if you can, support our fundraiser for the typhoon survivors of typhoon in the Philippines. Maraming salamat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good night. Kita kits or kamapangan. Pikitix. Bye. Ingat.